Chapter 153. When Chu Yan heard the news, he immediately rushed over to look for Chu Ning. As expected, he saw him in a daze. He finally let out the breath that he had been holding in all this time. Although you're no longer part of the Chu family, you're still my big brother. Something happened to Chu Luyue, and as your younger brother, I'm really worried about you. Big brother, the dead can't come back to life. You have to restrain your grief. Chu Yan put on a sorrowful expression, but the pride and arrogance in his eyes were almost overflowing. Every word was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Chu Ning's heart. It was as if his heart was going to be minced into pieces. Chu Ning used all the strength in her body to stand firm. She glared at him. Are you done? The suppression of a stage 5 warrior was not to be underestimated. Chu Yan subconsciously trembled when he glanced at him, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. However, he was in a good mood now, so he simply ignored it. Hey, big brother, why are you angry? You can't blame me for this. I'm just worried that you'll be too sad, so I'm here to console you. Think about how Chu Luyue entered Tianlu Academy by passing all 3 assessments. He even booked the entire Phoenix restaurant to celebrate. How lively was that? At that time, who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Don't you think so? As Chu Yan spoke, he deliberately sighed. Originally, I thought that our Minmin wasn't outstanding enough and was much worse than Chu Luyue. However, I didn't expect that this time, it was because she had just recovered that she was extra careful and avoided so many dangers. Big brother, you see, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. It's really hard to say. Sometimes, some people are unparalleled, but who knows when they'll have to get lost. Chu Ning roared and kicked Chu Yan hard at the same time. Chu Yan was caught off guard and was kicked directly. In addition, his strength couldn't be compared to the current Chu Ning, so Chu Ning's angry kick directly broke his bones. Chu Yan fell to the ground, and his face was pale from the pain. Chu Ning's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he quickly walked forward. Chu Yan was struggling to stand up, but before he could, Chu Ning's foot had already mercilessly stepped on his wrist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was especially crisp. Ah! Chu Yan cried out in pain and almost fainted. Chu Ning, on the other hand, grabbed him by the collar and punched him in the face. This mouth, this person. He didn't want to endure it for even a moment. The people at the side had already recognized the identity of these 2 people. At first, they didn't dare to stop the fight, but in the end, when they saw Chu Ning's eyes were scarlet red and he grabbed the unconscious Chu Yan and wildly beat him up, as if he was determined to beat him to death, some people carefully tried to stop the fight. Lord Chu Ning. Lord Chu Ning, please stop hitting him. If you continue hitting him, he will die. However, Chu Ning did not seem to care at all. Instead, he slammed Chu Yan's head onto the ground. It was good that he was dead. If he died, the Chu clan would come and collect his corpse. Thinking of this, Chu Ning's movements paused as he suddenly thought of something. Eunuch Min came to report that Wanling Mountain's peak had collapsed, and Yu's corpse was nowhere to be found. However, if he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground of Wanling Mountain, he would still search for it. Chu Ning threw Chu Yan to the ground, turned around and left quickly. When he heard that Chu Ning was here, elder son personally went out to welcome him. When he saw Chu Ning covered in blood, he was shocked. Lord Chu Ning, what happened to you? Chu Ning stared at him. Elder son, I have a favor to ask. I want to go to Wanling Mountain to look for you, I heard that you were the last person to see her, so I would like to ask you to tell me the specific location so that I can start searching from there. How could elder son not know what he was thinking? However, Lord Chu Ning, we are all very sad that something happened to Lu Yu. It is normal for you to want to look for her. However, at that time, she was swallowed by the black whirlpool created by the black flying python. Chu Ning's face became paler. His body swayed, and he almost fell down. He knew about the black heaven-swallowing python. Once one was sucked into it, it would be difficult to find his corpse. Elder Sun hurriedly supported him and closed his eyes. So, even if you go, I am afraid it will be in vain. Our academy has an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Please tell me the location. I will look for her. Chu Ning slowly pushed his hand away and said firmly. Chu, Elder Sun wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Chu Ning's expression, he couldn't bear it. He took a deep breath and said, Lord Chu Ning, to tell you the truth, I felt uneasy on the way back with the academy's students, so I went back to Wanling Mountain once. Chu Ning was stunned. Elder Sun paused and recalled the scene that time. He was still shocked. The entire Wanling Mountain was washed with blood. All the magical beasts had been killed. The river that spread out from the forest was completely dyed red with blood. Countless fiends' corpses floated on the river. That scene was really purgatory on earth. Wanling Mountain, which was originally bustling with life, became silent. Only the bloody smell that filled the sky made one's heart tremble. This was most likely caused by the high-level fiend that appeared that day. However, Elder Sun looked around and couldn't find any trace of it. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to find any traces of them when they were alive, let alone find Chu Luyue. Chu Ning looked defeated and was silent for a long time. But in the end, he still stubbornly said, This time, I must go. No matter whether he could find her or not, he must go. My Yu-er is most afraid of being alone. I will bring her. He turned around stiffly. After taking a step, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Let's go home. For mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 154. Elder Sun got someone to send Chu Ning home and hired someone to take care of him in case anything happened to him. He could understand Chu Ning's feelings, but he did not know what would happen if he went out alone in his current state. How could he not be sad? Back then, he thought highly of Chu Luyue and even wanted to take him in as his disciple. If Uncle Master did not beat him to it, he might really be his master now. Elder Sun felt bitter seeing such an outstanding genius fall with his own eyes, but he could not do anything about it. After sending Chu Ning away, Elder Sun locked himself in the house and did not come out for a long time. The dying Chu Yen was sent back to the Chu family, but it did not cause much of a stir. Instead, many people laughed at him. Ever since Chu Luyue came to make a scene and took away a large portion of the Chu family's assets, everyone in the Chu family hated Chu Yen and Lu Yao to the core. Of these two people, one used his identity as the third young master to abuse his power, while the other took advantage of the fact that he was in charge of the Chu family's finances and pocketed almost all of the Chu family's assets. If it were not for the fact that the Chu family did not want the two of them to fill this hole, the Chu family would not have tolerated them. Besides, Chu Xianmin was just a concubine in Crown Prince Mansion. She could not do anything, so they were even more unscrupulous. Who would still put them in their eyes? The servant reported the news to First Elder, but he only sneered in return. He dug his own grave by provoking Chu Ning. Who can he blame? With Chu Luyue dead, the Chu family could finally vent their anger. Who would not be secretly happy? However, out of so many people, only the brainless Chu Yen went straight to Chu Ning. No matter what, Chu Ning was already a stage 5 warrior and was not to be trifled with. Only a stupid person would go against Chu Ning directly. First Elder, as the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief, Chu Ning beat Third Master half to death. This is not appropriate. Should we report this to His Majesty? First Elder's mouth twitched. He's stupid, but all of you are stupid as well. Chu Luyue just died, and Chu Ning is devastated. Why would His Majesty pursue this matter at this time? Besides, it was Chu Ning who provoked him first. So many people were present at that time, and they clearly heard his **t. Even if we report this to His Majesty, we will not be in the right. Rather than this, we might as well deal with this matter quietly. First Elder is right. If he could ruthlessly trample on him at this time, that would be called venting his anger. There's no need for us to do anything. Chu Ning won't be able to hold on. Only Chu Ning is left. Can't he slowly deal with him in the future? Pity. Chu Luyue died so easily outside. She really got off easy. First Elder muttered in a low voice. Only by personally dealing with Chu Luyue can the hatred in his heart be quenched. Has there been any news from the Crown Prince? Why is His Majesty so cold to the Crown Prince these days? First Elder pondered for a moment and changed the topic. The palace has a tight lockdown on information. We have investigated in private, but we couldn't get any information. However, there is one thing that is a bit strange. The Crown Prince was urgently summoned to the palace on the night of his wedding with the third miss. No one knows what His Majesty said to him, but after he came out, the Crown Prince returned to his residence and never came out. Before that, His Highness Third Prince entered the palace. This matter is related to His Highness Third Prince? Not necessarily. But His Highness Third Prince is currently being held in the capital by His Majesty and has yet to return to the Northwest Army. First Elder's brows wrinkled. A few days ago, he personally sent a letter but was rejected. It can be seen that the Crown Prince's situation is worse than expected. Vaguely, he felt that the Crown Prince's position is in danger. But they have always been on good terms with the Crown Prince. They are already in the same boat. At this time, it would be wishful thinking to seek refuge with another prince. Therefore, they must find a way to help the Crown Prince out of his current predicament. Mu Hongyu was unconscious for an entire day and night. When she woke up, she sat on the bed in a daze. Her whole body seemed to have been drained of all strength. Her mind seemed to be blank, but everything that happened in Wanling Mountain kept replaying in her mind. All the scenes were clearly replayed over and over again, making her extremely uncomfortable. If they stopped Lu Yu at that time, then everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. They were the ones who thought they were lucky, and they were too relaxed. No matter how strong Lu Yu is, she is just a student like them. She even entered the school half a year later than them. How could they let her face a magical beast of the 7th rank alone? That's a very powerful being. Even the elders in the school might not be its match, let alone Lu Yu. Mu Hongyu thought in a daze as tears fell silently. Then, she slapped herself harshly. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was particularly clear in the quiet room. Her face was burning with pain, but it was nothing compared to the self-blame and guilt in her heart. Wu, the golden mane bear cub, felt the heavy sadness from her body and seemed to be infected. It crawled over and hugged her arm as it whimpered softly. Mu Hongyu buried her head in her arms and sobbed silently. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Mu Hongyu hurriedly looked up, wiped the tears on her face, and dragged her tired and painful body to open the door. Who is it? When she saw the face of the person outside the door, Mu Hongyu's face immediately turned cold. She did not say anything and wanted to close the door. Even if the person was wearing a veil and only revealed a pair of eyes, she could immediately recognize that it was Chu Xianmin. Hey! Wait! Chu Xianmin held the door with one hand and stopped Mu Hongyu's actions. I heard that you were injured, so I came to visit you out of goodwill. Why are you in such a hurry to close the door? Chu Xianmin said as her eyes quickly swept across Mu Hongyu's face, and the corners of her eyes twitched. Mu Hongyu was enraged by her gaze, and her voice was cold. I don't welcome you here. Leave quickly. It won't do you any good to provoke me. Mu Hongyu seemed to smile. You're not my match even when you're at your peak, let alone now that you're injured. This kind of threat is meaningless. What do you want? Mu Hongyu had completely lost her patience. Chu Xianmin suddenly took a step closer. A sinister look flashed across her eyes as she smiled slowly. Chu Luyue is dead. I heard that you were quite close to her, so I came to visit you. Look at you. She must have died very miserably, right? Chapter 155. You. Upon hearing this, the anger in Mu Hongyu's heart was completely ignited. She raised her hand and slapped Chu Xianmin's face. Chu Xianmin did not back down. She clamped down on Chu Xianmin's hand and pushed it hard. Mu Hongyu's body fell to the ground uncontrollably. The wounds on her body split open again, and blood flowed out, leaving bloodstains on her clothes. She was seriously injured and was at her weakest. She was no match for Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin stepped through the door and looked down at her with a mocking gaze. Are you angry? What's there to be angry about? Am I not telling the truth? I heard that Chu Luyue died in the hands of the black flying python. The entire mountain collapsed. I'm sure there's nothing left of her now, right? Mu Hongyu's chest churned as black shadows flashed across her eyes. You. Get lost. Chu Xianmin chuckled. I came to see you out of goodwill, but you're so against it and even want to chase me away. You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. However, don't worry. Chu Luyue harmed me to this extent. I won't let it go so easily. It's a pity that I didn't get to finish her off personally and didn't even see how she died. Since you're so close to her, I'll put this on your head in the future. I'll slowly repay you in the future. As she spoke, she turned around and was about to leave. The golden mane bear cub suddenly chased after her from behind and bit Chu Xianmin's calf harshly. Ah! Chu Xianmin cried out in pain and quickly looked down. When she saw that it was the golden mane bear cub, she was shocked and angry. Get lost! The golden mane bear cub was flung away and fell to the ground. Its body shook, and it spat out a piece of flesh from its mouth that was full of blood. It had actually bitten off a piece of flesh from Chu Xianmin's calf. Chu Xianmin's face was pale from the pain. Her heart trembled as she looked at the bloody wound on her calf. She had finally recovered from her injury, but she was attacked by this little bastard again. Such a deep wound would definitely leave a scar. You're courting death. She suddenly pulled out the sword at her waist and slashed at the golden mane bear cub. The golden mane bear cub looked up at her, and its fur suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with hostility. When the long sword landed, it actually charged straight at Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin's sword barely grazed the little golden mane bear's back. However, the golden mane bear cub was a natural fourth-grade magical beast. Its physical strength was extremely strong, and it dodged quickly. The sword only managed to cut off some of its fur. Not even a single wound was left behind. Bang! The golden mane bear cub slammed its head into Chu Xianmin's stomach, causing her to fall to the ground. The back of Chu Xianmin's head hit the ground hard, and her brain buzzed. She was furious. She kicked the golden mane bear cub away and struggled to get up. She raised her sword and stabbed at the bear cub's exposed abdomen. Tsong tsong! Mu Hongyu exclaimed and pounced over. The tip of Chu Xianmin's sword had already reached Mu Hongyu's back. Clang! A rock flew from the side and accurately hit the sword, causing Chu Xianmin's sword to deviate. It narrowly grazed Mu Hongyu's side. Chu Xianmin turned around angrily. Who dares? The moment she spoke, she stopped as if someone was strangling her. The person who came was Mr. Wen Yan. He quickly went forward and helped Mu Hongyu up. After making sure that she was fine, he looked at Chu Xianmin again with an ugly expression. Chu Xianmin, what are you doing? He originally wanted to see how Mu Hongyu was recovering, but he did not expect to see Chu Xianmin standing at the door from afar with a sword in her hand. When he got closer, he clearly saw Chu Xianmin attacking Mu Hongyu. "This is the academy. Are you crazy? How dare you attack your own classmate?" Chu Xianmin knew that something was wrong. The door was not closed, and Mr. Wen Yan must have seen it clearly. She hurriedly tried to defend herself. "Mr. Wen Yan, listen to me. It's not what you think. I just wanted to visit Mu Hongyu. Her fiend attacked me first, and I fought back to protect myself." Wen Yan did not believe a single word of this explanation. "Cut the crap. When did your relationship with Mu Hongyu become so good?" Chu Xianmin secretly bit her lip. "Mr. Wen Yan, I'm telling the truth. Look if you don't believe me. This is the wound it left on me." Chu Xianmin pointed at her calf as she spoke. Wen Yan frowned and looked over. Indeed, a piece of flesh had been forcefully torn off. He turned around and glanced at Mu Hongyu and the golden mane bear cub. The golden mane bear cub was still vigilant as it stared at Chu Xianmin. Wen Yan shook his head and said with disappointment, "Fiends are very sensitive. Magical beasts are the most sensitive, especially young ones. The reason why it's so wary of you is obviously because it has sensed your hostility. Mu Hongyu is its master. Do you want me to continue asking why it's treating you like this?" Chu Xianmin was a little flustered. "Mr. Wen Yan, all right. You're also injured now, so we're barely even. I won't pursue this any further. Quickly go back and recuperate. Don't let this happen again in the future." Wen Yan interrupted her and looked a little impatient. "Yes." Chu Xianmin knew that there was no point in continuing to argue. She could only clench her teeth and swallow her anger as she turned around and limped away. Wen Yan looked at her back view for a long time and sighed. Chu Xianmin used to be smart and hardworking. How did she become like this? Mu Hongyu hugged the golden mane bear cub and patted it for a while. It finally recovered from its previous state and lay in Mu Hongyu's arms softly. Wen Yan turned around and saw that she was in a daze with red eyes. He did not know how to comfort her. He took out a letter from his sleeve. "Hongyu, your father, Prince Ping Jiang, wrote a letter." Chu Xianmin returned to her residence and treated her wound. However, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. When Chu Luyue was still alive, he caused her to suffer a crushing defeat. Not only did he disfigure her, but he also forced her to marry into the crown prince mansion as a concubine. She could not lift her head up until now. Now that she was dead, he was still haunting her. She could not take this lying down. After thinking for a while, she suddenly stood up and walked toward Peach Garden. In Peach Garden, Ling Zhu was dealing with the compensation for the injured students when he heard the news of Chu Xianmin's arrival. He put down the things in his hands and walked to the courtyard. He immediately saw Chu Xianmin, who was waiting there. "Xianmin, why are you here?" Ling Zhu used to admire Chu Xianmin a lot. Even though he vaguely felt that she had changed after she returned, he did not pay much attention to it. It was normal for her to change after what happened previously. Chu Xianmin glanced inside without batting an eyelid. "Mr. Ling Zhu, is elder son here? There's something I want to report." Ling Zhu shook his head. "Elder son is busy right now. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to see you. You can tell me anything. I'll pass it on to elder son later." Chu Xianmin hesitated for a while but still spoke. "Mr. Ling Zhu, the Tianling dynasty's envoy seems to be coming soon." Ling Zhu was stunned, and his expression became much more serious. "Yes, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Chu Xianmin paused and seemed to hesitate. Sister's accident was too sudden. However, since the matter has been decided, it's not appropriate to go back on it at the last minute. I wonder if old son plans to send someone else up. Love Network has a better reading experience than this. Chapter 156. Ling Zhu never expected that Chu Xianmin would come here immediately to talk about this matter before Chu Liuyue's body had even turned cold. Even if Chu Liuyue had severed ties with the Chu family, they still had the same blood flowing in their veins. How could Chu Xianmin say all this without changing her expression? Wasn't she stepping on Chu Liuyue's dead body? Ling Zhu's expression was a little stiff. Xianmin, did you look for elder son just to talk about this? Chu Xianmin also noticed that his expression was a little off. She lowered her eyes and made a sorrowful expression. Teacher Ling Zhu, I know it's not appropriate to say this now, but the dead can't be brought back to life. As the living, we should do what we should do. The Tianling dynasty is such a powerful existence. If we don't deal with this properly, this is not something you should worry about. You should go back and rest first. Ling Zhu looked at Chu Xianmin's sorrowful expression and felt nauseous. If Chu Xianmin cared about Chu Liuyue even a little, she would never do such a thing. Since she could say it, why did she have to be so pretentious? Chu Xianmin did not notice Ling Zhu's gaze and asked hesitantly, then, this matter, I'll discuss it with elder son when he's free. Ling Zhu averted his gaze. Chu Xianmin was then relieved. Okay, I'll go back first. Please continue with your work. She then turned around and left. Walking out of Peach Garden, Chu Xianmin's lips curled up under her veil. Chu Liuyue was already dead, and the academy would definitely find someone to replace him. Naturally, she was the most suitable person as the second in rank. The Tianling dynasty was a powerful existence that only existed in legends. If she could use this opportunity to build a relationship with them, she would not have to worry about not being able to achieve great things in the future. Now, everyone said that she was down and out and no longer had her former glory. Even the servants in Crown Prince Mansion dared to treat her badly. When she made a comeback, she would see how those people would continue to mock her. Ling Zhu watched Chu Xianmin leave. When her figure completely disappeared, he finally let out a long sigh and rubbed between his brows. Other than anger, there was also confusion in his heart. When did Chu Xianmin become like this? Or had he misjudged her from the very beginning? After settling this matter, Chu Xianmin wanted to go back and have a good rest. However, before she could reach her residence, the Chu family sent someone to inform her that Chu Yan had been beaten half to death by Chu Ning. Lu Yao wanted her to go back quickly. Chu Xianmin was shocked, but she did not care about her injury. She applied for leave from the teacher and returned to the Chu family. Chu Xianmin had mixed feelings when she walked to the Chu family's door again. She did not want to go in for a moment. Ever since she married into the Crown Prince's residence, she had not returned to the Chu family. At that time, she had been coldly married off. It could be said that she had lost all the faith she had accumulated over the past 10 years. Originally, she had wanted to wait until her days in the Crown Prince's residence were better before returning. However, the Crown Prince had shut himself in his study these days. It was difficult to even see him once, let alone talk about other things. While she was hesitating, the servant in front of the gate had already seen her and said in a strange tone, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's third miss. You don't look well. Could it be that you're having a hard time in the Crown Prince's mansion?" Chu Xianmin felt even more humiliated. However, if she did not go in, it would seem that she was afraid. She took a deep breath and didn't say a word as she walked in without looking sideways. After she left, the servants at the gate looked at each other and laughed in unison. Chu Xianmin dug her nails deep into her palms to suppress the anger in her heart. Along the way, the servants who passed by all mocked and ridiculed her when they saw her. They did not take her seriously at all. When Chu Xianmin finally reached Chu Yan and Lu Yao's residence, her palms were already bleeding from the clenched fists. Lu Yao was standing outside the door. When she saw her, she hurriedly walked over. Minmin, you have to save your father. Chu Xianmin took a deep breath and walked into the house. How is father now? Lu Yao wiped the corners of her eyes and said resentfully. It's all because of that Chu Ning. He actually beat your father up like that on the streets. If he hadn't been treated in time, I'm afraid. Chu Xianmin walked into the house and saw that Chu Yan was still unconscious. His face was bruised and swollen, and there was almost no part of his body that was unharmed. One could imagine how ruthless Chu Ning was. How did father get hurt like this? Didn't the residents invite anyone to come and take a look? Lu Yao sighed helplessly. Ever since Chu Luyue came and caused a ruckus, your father's and my status in the residence plummeted, and we became a thorn in everyone's side. They couldn't be happier that your father was beaten up. Why would they help get someone to come and take a look? Most of the money under your father's and my name has been taken away by them. What's left is not enough to invite those famous doctors. We can only drag it on like this. Minmin, I asked you to come back this time to ask if you have any way to help. At the mention of this, Chu Xianmin was also very frustrated. Wasn't this part of the reason why the Chu family treated her like this? What can I do? I'm already in a difficult enough situation myself. How can I help you? Besides, the Crown Prince has been staying in the study. I can't even see him, let alone ask the Crown Prince for help. Lu Yao was also anxious. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch your father suffer like this? Chu Xianmin was silent for a while before she finally said, forget it. Don't be anxious now. I'll think of a way to raise some money for you to hire a better doctor for my father first. I'll think of a way to deal with the Crown Prince. After this period of time, the Tianling dynasty's people will come, and it will be our day to shine. Lu Yao was confused. What? Where did this come from? Chu Xianmin touched the veil on her face. Chu Luyue is dead. I'll take her place and meet the Tianling dynasty's envoy. As long as I meet him, I'll have a chance to make a comeback. Lu Yao's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of that? When Chu Xianmin returned to Crown Prince Mansion, it was already night time. She went straight to the study and wanted to see the Crown Prince. As expected, she was rejected again. However, she did not go back directly this time. Instead, she was very persistent. Your Highness, I know that you've been troubled recently, so I'm here to help you. Please meet me. If you don't think it's possible, I won't disturb you again in the future. After saying that, she waited quietly. After some time, Rong Jin's voice was finally heard. Let her in. Let her in. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 157. Chu Residence. Chu Ning was unconscious for a day. He only woke up the next morning. He opened his eyes and took a while to recognize that he was in his own house. No, wasn't he at Tianlu Academy discussing with elder son about going to Wanling Mountain to find you, Why was he back home in the blink of an eye? He struggled to get up but knocked over the teacup beside the bed. Hearing the commotion, the person waiting outside hurriedly came in. Lord Chu Ning, you're awake. Chu Ning looked blankly at the man who came in. I'm a teacher at Tianlu Academy, Xin sure. Elder son asked me to send you back. Now that you're awake, I can go back without worry. After guarding outside for a night, Xin sure looked a little haggard, but his eyes were full of sincerity. You were too anxious, so you suddenly fainted yesterday. It's not a big deal. You just need to rest for 2 days, and you'll recover. Chu Ning finally reacted. Thank you. Xin sure hurriedly shook his head. You're welcome. We're all worried about your health. Please take care. Since you're fine now, I'll take my leave first. Chu Ning nodded. Xin sure saw that he seemed to have calmed down, and he felt relieved. He reminded him a few more times before turning to leave. Chu Ning, who was sitting in the room, heard the sound of the door opening and closing clearly. His eyes were empty like a bottomless abyss. After a while, he finally got up and walked out with stiff and heavy steps. Not long after Xiaofan walked out, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Chu Ning walking out as well. He was expressionless, and his whole body emitted a cold aura. Xiaofan walked back quickly. "Lord Chu Ning, why are you out so soon? You need to have a good rest." Chu Ning pushed away his hand that was about to support him and said word by word, "I'm going to find you, I've already been delayed for an entire night yesterday. I can't be late again today. I have to go quickly." Xiaofan was helpless. Given Chu Ning's current state, people might even believe that he had gone mad. How could he let him go to Wanling Mountain alone? He tried to pull him back but failed. He could only run in front of Chu Ning and block his way. "Please listen to my advice. Lord Chu Ning, no matter what you want to do, you should first take care of your body, right? Now that you're like this, what if something happens?" Chu Ning walked around him and stubbornly walked forward. "I must go, I must go." At this moment, a young girl's clear voice suddenly came from behind. "Father, where are you going?" Chu Ning's body trembled. He couldn't be more familiar with this voice. But, could it be that he missed you, or too much that he was hearing things? "Father?" The voice was right behind him. Chu Ning wanted to turn around immediately, but his body was extremely stiff and he couldn't move at all. Xiaofan raised his head and saw a young girl coming from the corner of the Bluestone Road. She was slender and graceful, and her appearance was clear and beautiful. The corners of her mouth held a smile, and her pair of limpid autumn water eyes shimmered with light, and it actually caused everything in the surroundings to lose color in an instant. Who else could it be but the dead Chu Luyue? Xiaofan's heart trembled. He opened his mouth and couldn't help but point a finger at her. You're Chu Luyue." Chu Luyue looked at him in confusion. "Teacher Xiaofan, don't you recognize me?" Although she didn't have much contact with this teacher, it seemed that she should recognize him. Xiaofan fiercely pinched himself. It was excruciatingly painful. But he immediately rejoiced in his heart. "It's really you. It's really you." He excitedly patted Chu Ning's arm. "Lord Chu Ning, quickly look. Lu Yu is really back. Quickly look." Chu Ning's ears were buzzing. Chu Luyue finally sensed that something was wrong. She quickly walked forward. "Father, what's wrong?" Xiaofan hurriedly explained. "You don't know. Everyone thought that you had. Lord Chu Ning said that he wanted to go to Wanling Mountain to find you. I didn't expect that you would come back like this." "That's great." Chu Luyue suddenly understood. That's right. In that situation, no one would think that she could come back alive. It turned out that, the place that father insisted on going to was Wanling Mountain. When everyone thought that she was dead, her father still wanted to look for her. Chu Luyue's nose twitched. Her heart was filled with guilt. She reached out and hugged Chu Ning's arm. "Father, you is back." His arm, which was touched by her, instantly melted like the spring water. The stiff and cold feeling instantly dissipated. It became warm and soft, and then quickly spread. Chu Ning's body could finally move. He slowly turned his head and finally saw the face that he thought he would never see again. Chu Luyue was shocked when she saw his appearance. In just a few days, the originally clean and handsome Chu Ning seemed to have changed into another person. His face was unshaven, his eyes were dark green, and his eyes were bloodshot. Especially between his brows, there was a trace of gray and dispirited aura that was faintly discernible. His entire person was like a walking corpse that had lost its soul. Her eyes instantly turned red. "Father, I'm sorry. You came back late. Chu Ning looked at her without blinking. He held her hand tightly as if he was afraid that she would disappear again. His voice almost broke Chu Liuyue's heart. She held back her tears. Father, let's go home first. Yes. Let's go home. Chu Ning finally came back to life. Let's go home. Xianshi was also very happy at the side. Lord Chu Ning, Luyu, you two go home first. I'll go back to the academy and tell elder son and the rest that you're back. They've been worried sick these few days. After that, he turned around and left quickly. Xianshi actually admired Chu Luyue very much. Now that he saw that she had returned safely, he was also very happy. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. When they reached the academy, many people were curious when they saw his energetic and smiling face. Not long after, they bumped into Bai Chen. Bai Chen asked curiously, Xianshi, didn't elder son send you to take care of Lord Chu Ning? Now that you're back, is Lord Chu Ning better? Xianshi chuckled. Of course. Not only is he better, but he's completely recovered. Where's elder son? I have something important to tell him immediately. Bai Chen looked at him and found it very strange. Are you serious? Lord Chu Ning was heartbroken yesterday. Why is he completely recovered now? Elder son is still busy. What's so important that you have to tell him so urgently? Xianshi patted his chest. I won't hide it from you. Anyway, the whole imperial city will know about this very soon. Chu Luyue. She's back alive. Chu Xianmin, who had just walked in, suddenly stopped in her tracks as if she was struck by lightning. She looked up in disbelief. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 158. Bai Chen was shocked. What did you say? I said, Chu Luyue isn't dead. She's still alive. She even came back to the imperial city this morning. She's accompanying Lord Chu Ning at home. Xianshi repeated his words with confidence. Elder son has been blaming himself for this for the past 2 days. I'll go tell him the good news now. Then, he laughed and was about to leave. Bai Chen hurriedly pulled him back and asked in disbelief, is what you said true? Elder son clearly said that little Lu Yu was swallowed by the black flying python's black whirlpool. Logically speaking, she should have died. How could she still be alive? Sigh, actually, I find this strange too. However, she was standing in front of me just now. I have no choice but to believe it. Bai Chen, if you still don't believe me, why don't you go and see for yourself? However, the father and daughter are finally reunited. I think it's not too late to wait until she takes care of Lord Chu Ning and returns to the academy. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go and find elder son. Xianshi walked away quickly after he finished speaking. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment but did not want to disturb them at this time. He had seen Chu Ning state the day before. The father and daughter probably had a lot to talk about. He should wait here patiently. Hey, Xianshi, wait for me. I'll go too. Bai Chen shouted and quickly caught up with Xianshi's footsteps. He wanted to listen carefully and find out what was going on. The two of them left for a while, but Chu Xianmin, who was standing at the door, still could not react. Chu Luyue is still alive. How is this possible? Elder son had clearly said that she had already died in the hands of the black-winged heaven-devouring python. Why had she returned now? This is ridiculous. This sounded like a fantasy story, but teacher Xianshi had no reason to lie. Judging from his expression, it was obvious that he had confirmed it. However, if Chu Luyue really came back alive, then, what should I do? Chu Xianmin's face turned pale at this thought. Last night, she finally got the chance to meet the Crown Prince. She told the Crown Prince that she could replace Chu Luyue as the #1 warrior and meet with the envoy of the Tianling dynasty. As long as he grasped this opportunity, there was still hope. He might even be able to improve the Crown Prince's situation. Although she did not know what had happened, she vaguely guessed that the Crown Prince had been punished by His Majesty. If he wanted to help the Crown Prince, he needed someone important to speak up for him. The Crown Prince had clearly thought of this and treated her much better. Not only did he allow her to move to Wudong Garden, which was closer and better to his residence, he also gave orders to reward her with many things. The servants of the Crown Prince's residence were the best at adapting to the situation. When she left the residence in the morning, they changed their previous disrespect and became much more attentive. She had just asked someone to invite a doctor to treat her father, thinking that all the problems would be solved. But now, she forced herself to walk forward, but as soon as she took a step, she realized that her legs were weak and she fell to the ground. The news of Chu Luyue coming back alive from Wanling Mountain spread quickly in the college and then to the entire capital city. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Some were shocked, some were happy, and some were angry. For a moment, some were happy, and some were sad. Many people wanted to find out what had happened, but Chu Luyue stayed at home to take care of Chu Ning. He did not even leave the house for the whole day. Her heart ached for Chu Ning to be so haggard because of her. She threw everything else to the back of her mind and took good care of him. She also took the time to rest. Chu Luyue's return put Chu Ning and the rest at ease, but some others were stunned. The Chu family. After the doctor Chu Xianmin sent for left, Chu Yan woke up and saw Lu Yao beside him with a gloomy face. He was about to get up, but he realized that he could not move at all. He then remembered that he had been beaten up by Chu Ning the day before. His mood immediately became irritable and gloomy. "You? Who are you showing your gloomy face to?" The couple had not had a good time in the Chu family recently. Chu Luyue's incident had directly exposed the two of them, especially Lu Yao. She had been embezzling for so many years. Now that she had been found out, the rest of the Chu family would not let her off easily when they realized that their interests had been harmed. In addition, they did not have the Crown Prince's support now, so they were naturally even more unscrupulous. Lu Yao's right to manage the company was taken away. Even the shops under Chu Yan's name were all taken back. On the surface, he was still the Chu family's third young master, but he no longer had the right to speak. Those people who used to curry favor with him had now changed their attitude and were hitting him when he was down. Even now, no one came to take a look at him when he was beaten up like this. Lu Yao glanced at him and frowned. "Do you know that Chu Luyue is still alive?" Chu Yan was stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about? She came back this morning. The whole imperial city knows about it now. She didn't die in Wanling Mountain." Lu Yao knew better than Chu Yan how serious this matter was. Min Min's plan was completely ruined. "No, we can't just sit here and wait for death." Lu Yao got up and paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, a light flashed across her heart. "Wait. Chu Luyue came back alive. Then, what about Gu Mingzhu?" She quickly walked to the side and started writing a letter. Chu Yan was even more confused. "What are you doing?" Lu Yao did not even look up. "Writing a letter to Madame Gu. What time is it now? You still have the mood to do this kind of thing?" Chu Yan was fuming with anger. However, Lu Yao smiled. "It's better to do this now. Rumor has it that Chu Luyue and Gu Mingzhu died together. But now that Chu Luyue is back, there is no news of Gu Mingzhu. Obviously, she is really dead. Is there nothing wrong with this?" Chu Yan was stunned for a moment before he quickly understood. "You mean," Lu Yao's lips curled into a sinister smile. "So what if she came back alive?" There are many people in the imperial city who want her life. That night, the letter was sent to the Gu family. The next day, Chu Luiyue saw that Chu Ning had recovered a lot. She was relieved and went to the academy. But just as she reached the entrance of the academy, she was stopped. Chu Luiyue. Stop right there. She looked back and saw a woman in her 30s walking over quickly with a group of people. She was dressed in white, and her eyes were red. She looked sad and angry. Seeing Chu Luiyue's face, she immediately became agitated and wailed. Give me back my daughter's life. Digression, I couldn't sleep yesterday. Sob, 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 sob. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 159. Her voice was sharp and piercing, causing Chu Luiyue to frown. Who are you? When the woman heard this, she seemed to be even more agitated. She immediately rushed forward and slapped Chu Luiyue. You still have the cheek to ask who I am? I'll kill you. Chu Luiyue sidestepped and dodged her attack. The woman lost her balance and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the people behind her quickly caught her. Madam, you have to be careful. The woman was even angrier. She pointed at Chu Luiyue and said sternly, Go. Capture her. Yes. When the people heard this order, they immediately went forward and surrounded Chu Luiyue, intending to take action. Chu Luiyue's expression did not change, but his voice was much colder. He sounded imposing without being angry. This is Tianlu Academy. Let's see who has the guts to cause trouble here. This sentence successfully made the people stop in their tracks and feel uneasy. That's right. No matter what, this was Tianlu Academy's entrance. If they really did something overboard here, Tianlu Academy would not let them off. However, the woman did not seem to hear Chu Luiyue's words at all. Her voice rose an octave. Why are you still standing there? Take her down right now. If the Gu family wants to capture someone, who dares to stop us? The Gu family? Chu Luiyue's mind raced. He finally remembered this woman's identity. She was the wife of the head of the Gu family, Gu Yunfei. She was the mistress of the Gu family, Yu Zhenling. The original owner of the body had only seen this woman once, and it had been a few years ago. When Chu Luiyue saw her, he only felt that she looked familiar. However, he did not remember anything. However, since she was so arrogant and kept saying, my Gu family, it was not difficult for people to guess who she was. Chu Luiyue finally understood what she meant when she said those words at the beginning. This was because Yu Zhenling was Gu Mingzhu's biological mother. Oh, it's Madame Gu. I don't seem to have any dealings with your Gu family, and I haven't done anything wrong to you, have I? I wonder why you've mustered such a large force to capture me. Yu Zhenling was so angry that she laughed. She looked at Chu Luiyue with resentment in her eyes. You still have the nerve to say that? You know best what you've done. Chu Luiyue's expression did not change. I really don't know. Why don't you explain it to me first? Yu Zhenling was so angry that her whole body trembled. You! What's going on? Why are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Just as the two sides were in a deadlock, someone walked out from the academy's gate. Chu Luiyue turned around to take a look. Teacher Bai Chen. When Bai Chen saw Chu Luiyue, her heart skipped a beat. Even though he had already heard the news yesterday, seeing it with his own eyes still made him excited. Little Lu Yu. It's really you. He quickly walked up to Chu Luiyue and looked at her carefully. You're really fine. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry. Good, good, good. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Bai Chen's emotions were in turmoil. He had a lot to say, but only this sentence was left. He kept repeating it over and over again. He heard that there was a commotion outside the academy, so he wanted to come and take a look. He did not expect it to be Chu Luiyue. His heart, which had been restless all night, could finally be at ease. When his emotions had calmed down a little, he looked around and his expression suddenly became a little bad. These people seemed to want to make a move on Lu Yu. His gaze finally fell on Yu Zhenling. "Mrs. Gu, why are you here?" Yu Zhenling took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She said coldly, "Teacher Bai Chen, this is between the Gu family and Chu Luiyue. You'd better stay out of it." Bai Chen was amused. "Mrs. Gu, what are you saying? Lu Yu is a student of Tianlu Academy. If you want to take her away now, don't we even have the right to ask?" Yu Zhenling was not a fool. She could immediately tell that Bai Chen was on Chu Luiyue's side. The Gu family was respected, but Tianlu Academy was not to be trifled with. If Bai Chen was determined to protect Chu Luiyue, then she really could not take Chu Luiyue away by force. "Why don't you ask Chu Luiyue this question instead of me?" Bai Chen looked at Chu Luiyue questioningly. Chu Luiyue shrugged. "I don't know what happened either. When I walked to the academy's entrance, Mrs. Gu rushed over with her people and wanted to take me away without saying anything. She even said that she wanted me to pay for her daughter's life." When Bai Chen heard this, he suddenly understood something and looked at Yu Zhenling suspiciously. "Mrs. Gu, are you saying that Lu Yu killed your daughter, Gu Mingzhu?" "That's right." When she heard her daughter's name, Yu Zhenling's emotions, which had just calmed down, became agitated again. Tears gushed out crazily. "It's her. She killed my only daughter." Bai Chen's expression became a little strange. "Mrs. Gu, this involves a life. You can't speak carelessly. I understand your grief over losing your daughter, but the situation at Wanling Mountain was chaotic. Even we didn't know what happened. How can you be so sure that it was Lu Yu who killed your daughter?" "Of course, I'm sure. I've already asked around." Back then, Mingzhu and Chu Luiyue were trapped on a mountain together. They were besieged by the black flying python and countless fiends. Under such circumstances, why did Mingzhu die and only Chu Luiyue come back safely? She must have done something. Yu Zhenling shouted confidently and angrily as if she had seen it with her own eyes. Bai Chen didn't think much of it. He even found it a little ridiculous. "So, just because Lu Yu came back alive alone, you're certain that she killed Gu Mingzhu and wanted her dead?" Yu Zhenling rebuked coldly. "Isn't that enough? Otherwise, why don't you ask her to personally explain how she managed to escape alone under that kind of situation? If Chu Luiyue was also dead, she would have nothing to say. She could only admit that she was unlucky. But now, Chu Luiyue was standing here, safe and sound, while her daughter's corpse was nowhere to be found. How could she not hate her?" Bai Chen was speechless. "Do you have any evidence for what you said? If you don't have evidence, it's slander." Yu Zhenling was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond and seemed a little guilty. Chu Luiyue gently rubbed between her eyebrows and said calmly, "There's no evidence or evidence. Just based on your own imagination, you're sure that I'm guilty and even want to take me away? Madam Gu, aren't you being too unreasonable?" Yu Zhenling was rendered speechless by the two of them. Her face, which was originally red from crying, quickly turned pale. But she had seen much of the world, and the Jiao quickly defended herself. She quickly said, "Then explain yourself clearly. What exactly happened at that time? Why are you the only one who came back safely? If you already had the means to escape, why didn't you help Mingzhu?" Chapter 160. Why didn't she help? Chu Luiyue sneered in her heart. Instead, she wanted to ask herself why she should help. She and Gu Mingzhu were not related at all. Moreover, Gu Mingzhu had betrayed her to the black flying python in order to save her own life. She had yet to settle this score. How could the Gu family have the nerve to ask her to pay for Gu Mingzhu's life? Chu Luyue said indifferently, the situation was critical at that time. It was already extremely difficult for me to survive. How could I care about other things? Madame Gu, don't forget that it was a black flying python. Do you think I'm its match? Yu Zhenling was speechless. Then how did you escape? Who knows if you used my daughter's life in exchange for a way out? Yes, that must be it. Yu Zhenling suddenly raised her voice, as if she was certain that Chu Luyue must have used despicable means to survive. Chu Luyue was so angry that she laughed. As the saying went, like father, like son. Yu Zhenling and Gu Mingzhu, this pair of mother and daughter, indeed had the same brain circuit. If the person present at that time was Yu Zhenling, she would probably make the same choice as Gu Mingzhu and use someone else's life in exchange for her own. Madame Gu, I've already said it very clearly. I was lucky to be able to come back alive. But if you don't want to believe me, then what else can I say? You only believe in your own imagination. Since that's the case, you can think whatever you want. But today, if you can't produce evidence, I won't go with you. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. With that, Chu Luyue turned to leave. You can't leave. Yu Zhenling took a few steps forward and was about to grab Chu Luyue's sleeve, but she gently swayed and dodged. Chu Luyue's patience was completely exhausted. Madame Gu, I don't have that much patience. Her tone was very calm, but a cold light seemed to flash in her obsidian-like eyes. For some reason, Madame Gu suddenly felt a little timid and did not dare to reach out to grab Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue turned around and walked towards the academy. Baichen walked in front of Yu Zhenling and sighed, persuading her, Madame Gu, I know that Mingzhu's incident is a huge blow to you. As teachers, we are also very sad. But even so, they couldn't just randomly accuse others, right? Moreover, we all know Lu Yu's character. She would never do something like that. So I think you should go back and have a good rest today. Yu Zhenling refused. Teacher Bai Chen, you're determined to protect Chu Luyue today, aren't you? What kind of soup did she feed you to make you trust her so much? Think about it, in that kind of situation, if she didn't use some kind of method, how could she have escaped? Bai Chen's expression also turned cold. Madame Gu, are you saying that all the teachers and elders of Tianlu Academy are covering for Chu Luyue? Yu Zhenling thought that this might not be impossible, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She glared viciously at Chu Luyue. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Yao was right. Chu Luyue was really a vicious and venomous snake. I don't know what kind of person Chu Luyue is. I only know that she could betray the Chu family that gave birth to her. She kicked them away and even wanted to peel off a layer of their skin after she left. She stirred up chaos in the Chu family, let alone other people. Chu Luyue, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I won't leave. After she finished speaking, her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed on the ground, crying out loud. Mingzhu. My poor daughter. You died so tragically. Someone else caused your death, but I couldn't do anything about it. Mother is useless. Mother is useless. When the few followers beside her saw this, they immediately knelt down and cried in unison. Second Missy. You've been harmed by that evil person. The corners of Chu Luyue's eyes twitched. Was she planning to cry at Tianlu Academy's entrance? She frowned and looked back. She only felt that it was ridiculous. No matter what, Yu Zhenling was the matriarch of the Gu family. She had a noble status. How could she do such a thing? No matter how sorrowful and angry she was, her actions were equivalent to throwing the Gu family's face. Why didn't she consider it at all? When Yu Zhenling saw Chu Luyue's reaction, she thought that she was afraid and cried even harder. Her shrill and mournful voice could be heard from afar. Very quickly, many people gathered outside the entrance to watch the commotion. Some people started pointing at Chu Luyue as if they were gossiping. Bai Chen had never seen such a scene before. He was momentarily stunned. After regaining his senses, he was furious. If they cried like this, where would Chu Luyue and Tianlu Academy be? He frowned and said, "Madam Gu, it's not appropriate for you to make such a scene, right?" Yu Zhenling pretended not to hear anything. She only cared about crying. Bai Chen had a bad temper. He immediately panicked. Chu Luyue hurriedly pulled him back. "Teacher Bai Chen, don't do anything. With so many people watching, whoever made the first move would be in the wrong." Bai Chen was extremely frustrated. "Are we just going to let them make a scene here? What about your reputation?" The surrounding people had already heard the gist of the situation. They started discussing in low voices. "I was wondering why this person's identity was so special. So she's the Gu family's matriarch. No wonder she dared to go against Tianlu Academy. That's not right. Tianlu Academy is not that easy to provoke, you don't know this, right? Gu Mingzhu was her only daughter. She relied on Gu Mingzhu to stabilize her position in the Gu family. Now that Gu Mingzhu is dead, there are many people coveting her position. She's in danger now. How can she not hate her? She can't be blamed for making such a scene without caring about anything else." "I see. Based on what she said, it was Chu Luyue who killed Gu Mingzhu? I find it strange too. Think about it. It was such a dangerous situation, but why did Chu Luyue survive? Gu Mingzhu was the Gu family's most favored second young mistress. She must have some trump cards. Even she is dead, but Chu Luyue. Actually, I wanted to say this a long time ago. This Chu Luyue is really strange. Back then, the Chu family didn't treat her well. After she cut ties with them, the Chu family's days became difficult. I heard that Gu Mingzhu didn't have a good relationship with her. She died after being trapped with her. This is really hard to say." Bai Chen was furious when he heard the discussions around him. However, when he saw Chu Luyue's expression, not only was he not angry, but he even smiled. "Aya! Little Lu Yu. How can you still smile now? If you let these people continue, you will really be the sinner who killed Gu Mingzhu. Do you know that 3 people make a tiger?" Chu Luyue crossed his arms and smiled faintly. "Teacher Bai Chen, they specially arranged so many people to put on a show. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't enjoy it?" Bai Chen was stunned. You mean, these people, it's hard for Madame Gu to do such a despicable thing with her status." Chu Luyue said softly and walked in front of Yu Zhenling. "Madame Gu, tell me, who taught you these things?" Yu Zhenling's crying stopped abruptly. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 161. She guiltily avoided Chu Luyue's gaze and deliberately raised her voice. "What are you talking about? No one taught me anything. I'm the one who wants to seek justice from you. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave." Chu Luyue softly said, "Oh. Madame Gu, it's fine if you don't say anything, but you have to think carefully. Is it worth it to sacrifice your status as the Gu family's matriarch just for a moment of pleasure?" Yu Zhenling really couldn't cry now. "What are you trying to say? What do you mean by it's not worth it?" Chu Luyue sighed. She really didn't know how Yu Zhenling had protected her status all these years. She was so extreme and easily instigated by others. She even helped others count the money after being betrayed. It was really useless to persuade her. She calmly said, "You insist that I caused Gu Mingzhu's death, but you can't produce any evidence. If this matter spreads, it won't do me any good. It's the same for you, Madame Gu. After all, to be more precise, you're slandering me. Who's slandering you? You've done something wrong, but you don't dare to admit it. Yu Zhenling was certain that Chu Luiyue had something to do with Gu Mingzhu's death. She wouldn't listen to anything now. She sneered. Chu Luiyue, do you think you're very proud now? Yes, you got into Tianlu Academy and became a so-called genius. Normal people really don't dare to provoke you. Even the Chu family is being toyed with by you. It's falling apart because of you. However, who knows how you obtained all of this? You were clearly a cripple with a blocked yuan meridian a few years ago. Now, under this so-called genius title, who knows what secrets are hidden? If you're really honest, do you dare to say it clearly in front of so many people? These words came out like a string of cannonballs, which immediately silenced the surrounding people. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Chu Luiyue with curiosity and excitement. Obviously, they also wanted to know the answer. After hearing this, Chu Luiyue relaxed her brows. As expected, it was still related to the Chu family. There were only a few people who hated her to the core. She didn't need to ask to guess. However, in order to deal with her, he had gone through so much trouble and even encouraged Yu Zhenling to bring the Gu family to cause trouble. He was really brainless as usual. She whispered, "Mrs. Gu, you're standing up for someone. Don't be unaware that you're being used in the end." Yu Zhenling sneered. "What? Can't say it? Let me tell you, even if this matter is brought up to His Majesty, I will not let you off easily. Only your death can make up for my daughter's life." From the looks of it, he was determined to fight to the death with Chu Luiyue. "Madame Gu, aren't you going overboard by asking for the life of a Tianlu Academy student?" An old and deep voice rang out, immediately suppressing the cries of Yu Zhenling and the others. Chu Luiyue looked at the person in surprise. "Elder son? Why are you here?" Elder son looked at her and tried his best to maintain a calm expression. However, he couldn't help but look happy. "I heard that you were back, so I wanted to come and take a look. I didn't expect to hear cries from afar." "So, someone is making things difficult for you." Chu Luiyue coughed in embarrassment. "Sorry to disturb you. It's not really a disturbance. Even if it is, it's someone else. It's not your fault." As elder son spoke, he looked at Yu Zhenling and saw her sitting on the ground without a care for her image. His face darkened. "Madame Gu, what are you doing?" Yu Zhenling was shocked. She didn't expect elder son to appear. Although she was furious, she knew that elder son was one of the top people in Tianlu Academy. She didn't dare to be impudent in front of him. Thus, she hurriedly stood up and said, "Elder son, you came at the right time. Mingzhu is also a student of the academy, but she died tragically outside. Even her corpse." As she spoke, tears flowed down her face again. "All of this is Chu Luiyue's fault. She caused Mingzhu's death. Such a vicious person doesn't have the right to stay in Tianlu Academy." Elder son's frown deepened. "Lu Yu caused Mingzhu's death? Where did you hear this from? Why don't I know about it?" "Elder son. Do you know that the two of them were trapped on a mountain? Mingzhu is dead, but Chu Luiyue is still alive. Don't you think it's strange?" Elder son looked at her with a heavy gaze and interrupted her mercilessly. "Of course, I know about this because I was at the foot of the mountain. I saw it clearly." Yu Zhenling was stunned and immediately rejoiced. "That's great. So, you saw everything that happened at that time? Chu Luiyue caused Mingzhu's death, right? Chu Luiyue, don't you want evidence? Elder son is here. His words are the evidence." As one of the great elders of Tianlu Academy, Sun Zhongyan's status was extraordinary. Normally, he would not side with anyone. No one would doubt the truth of what he said. Chu Luiyue was also surprised. "Elder son, you were there at the time?" Elder son nodded. Only the two of you were trapped, so I let the others leave first. I went alone to save the two of you. However, when I reached the foot of the mountain, I realized that it was occupied by countless fiend beasts. There was no way to enter, let alone anything else. Chu Luyue understood, and her heart warmed. I see. She did not expect this to happen. Elder son could be considered to have done everything he could for them. You don't have to blame yourself. The situation was critical. If you had barged in, you would have been in trouble. Elder son sighed. I saw the two of you being swallowed by the black whirlpool with my own eyes. That's why I thought you were. I didn't expect you to return safely. He was actually very curious. He did not know how Chu Luyue had escaped, but now was not the time to ask. He stepped forward and looked at Yuzhenling. Madame Gu, you should apologize to Lu Yu. Yuzhenling was stunned. What? Elder son said word by word. That's because the person who betrayed her fellow disciples in exchange for a chance to live was not Chu Luyue, but Gu Mingzhu. Digression, the remaining two photos were slightly later, around noon. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience came from Love Network. Chapter 162. Elder Son's words were full of energy. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Not only Yuzhenling, but everyone else was also dumbfounded. This meant, Elder Son? What are you talking about? Yuzhenling subconsciously retorted, the one who is alive now is Chu Luyue. The one who is dead is my Mingzhu. How could it be, at that time, Chu Luyue and Gu Mingzhu were trapped on the mountain? The black flying python led many magical beasts and surrounded the mountain. Actually, from the beginning, the black flying python wanted to kill Lu Yu. But at that time, the black flying python was trapped for some reason. Lu Yu wanted to take the opportunity to escape. But just as she was about to escape, Gu Mingzhu stopped her. Not only did she attack Lu Yu, she also hugged her leg and didn't let her leave. Although I was some distance away, I saw that she was holding Lu Yu back while talking to the black flying python. But the black flying python didn't care and directly swallowed her into the black vortex. Lu Yu was dragged down by her and couldn't hold on for long. She was also sucked into the vortex. With every word Elder Son said, Yuzhenling's face turned paler. In the end, she was as pale as a ghost. Her strength seemed to have been sucked away in an instant. She was on the verge of collapsing. The people beside her quickly went forward to support her. Impossible. This is impossible. Mingzhu isn't that kind of person. She wouldn't do such a thing. She appeared fierce on the outside but was weak on the inside. Although she appeared to be strong on the surface, she actually felt a little guilty. Gu Mingzhu was her daughter, so she knew her best. When Gu Mingzhu returned home, she had repeatedly expressed her dissatisfaction with Chu Luyue. Later, she made a bet with Chu Luyue and lost 2 level 5 Xian formation diagrams. Gu Mingzhu hated her even more. The two of them were trapped. She might really, Elder Son said coldly, Madame Gu, are you saying that I'm lying? Yuzhenling couldn't speak. Her forehead was already covered in cold sweat. How could she dare to say that Elder Son was lying? Moreover, even if she didn't believe it, Elder Son was a person of virtue and prestige. Others would definitely think that what he said was true. Yesterday, when she received Lu Yao's letter, she was blinded by anger. All she wanted was to take Chu Luyue's life. But now, even Elder Son stood up for Chu Luyue. The situation had already been decided. Even if she continued to cause trouble, it would be useless. Seeing Yuzhenling like this, everyone came back to their senses. Yuzhenling originally wanted to cause trouble for Chu Luyue, but now that Elder Son had spoken, she could no longer pester endlessly. Seeing that the situation was not right, a few people in the crowd quietly turned around and left. Chu Luiyue glanced at him but did not stop him. In any case, she had already guessed who was behind this, so she didn't need to waste her energy on these small fries. Just as Yu Zhenling didn't know what to do, the sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. The crowd quickly opened up a path. A middle-aged man rushed over with his entourage, looking anxious. When he saw Yu Zhenling, his expression became even more unsightly. "What are you doing here?" Hearing this angry shout, Yu Zhenling's body trembled and she turned around. "Patriarch?" The person who came over was burly and had a square face. He looked dignified without being angry. It was the patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Yunfei. He glared fiercely at Yu Zhenling. "What did I tell you yesterday? Have you forgotten?" Yu Zhenling shivered and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. I was just thinking about Mingzhu." Gu Yunfei was about to explode in anger. Everything was fine yesterday, but Yu Zhenling suddenly ran to him and said that Chu Luiyue must have done something to Mingzhu to be able to come back alive. She said that he must capture Chu Luiyue and interrogate her properly. Gu Yunfei was skeptical. He had always doted on Gu Mingzhu. He felt terrible about her death, but he did not lose his rationality. On one hand, this was only their speculation. They did not have any evidence, so they could not accuse Chu Luiyue. On the other hand, Chu Luiyue's status was different from before. She was highly regarded in Tianlu Academy. How could it be so easy to touch her? He told Yu Zhenling not to act rashly and to wait until they had enough evidence. Yu Zhenling agreed at that time, but he did not expect her to do it. She even dared to bring people to Tianlu Academy to cause trouble. Looking at Yu Zhenling's pathetic state, the Gu family's face and Gu Yunfei's face were all lost. "Shut up." Yu Zhenling was shocked. She knew that she was in the wrong, so she did not dare to say another word. Gu Yunfei took a deep breath and walked quickly to Old Sun with an apologetic expression. "Old Sun, I'm really sorry. I didn't discipline her well, which caused her to cause such a huge commotion. You have always been magnanimous. Please, on account of the fact that we have just lost our daughter, can you let this matter pass?" Old Sun waved his hand. "You don't have to say that. You don't have to apologize to me. This matter has damaged Lu Yu's reputation. You should ask her." Gu Yunfei was stunned and a little surprised. Old Sun seemed to take special care of Chu Luiyue. At the end of the day, Chu Luiyue was just a student of the academy. Tianlu Academy's reputation had been tarnished by the commotion today. However, Elder Sun's first consideration was Chu Luiyue. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said to Yu Zhenling angrily, "Did you hear what Old Sun said? Why aren't you apologizing to Lu Yu?" Yu Zhenling widened her eyes. "Family head, you want me to apologize to her? She was the matriarch of the Gu family." "Who was Chu Luiyue?" Gu Yunfei said coldly, "Do you want me to apologize on your behalf?" Yu Zhenling was shocked, and her aura immediately weakened. Without Mingzhu, her position in the Gu family was very dangerous. If she offended the family head now, then, she gritted her teeth, and her legs felt like they were filled with lead. She walked step by step to Chu Luiyue, and her voice seemed to be squeezed out from her throat with difficulty. "I'm sorry." Chu Luiyue blinked. "Madam Gu, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Yu Zhenling was so angry that her whole body trembled. How could she not have heard clearly? She was deliberately making things difficult for her. Gu Yunfei looked at her warningly. Yu Zhenling had no choice but to close her eyes in resentment. "I'm sorry." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 163. Chu Luiyue looked at her sympathetically. "I wouldn't dare. Madame Gu is of noble status. I can't accept your apology." However, Madame Gu, you seem to be crying too hard just now. Listen, your voice is hoarse now. Yu Jinling was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. Wasn't she mocking her on purpose? That's enough. Gu Yunfei shouted angrily and looked at his subordinates behind him. Hurry up and send Madame Gu back. Take care of her. Yes. They hurried forward and half-supported and half-forced Yu Jinling away. With Gu Yunfei here, Yu Jinling didn't dare to make a fuss no matter how angry she was. She could only leave with them. Gu Yunfei finally heaved a sigh of relief when they were completely out of sight. Elder son, Lu Yu, this, Master Gu, elder son already said it very clearly. Gu Mingzhu failed to harm me and lost her life in the end. In fact, it wasn't just this time. It was the same before. She wanted to steal the cub of the golden mane bear but failed and was hunted down instead. Later, she purposely dragged our team down with her, causing us to be threatened by the golden mane bear. If it weren't for our good luck, even Mu Hongyu and the rest wouldn't have been able to escape death, much less me. Chu Liuyue's expression was calm, but what she said shocked everyone once again. I'm of ordinary status. It doesn't matter if I die or get hurt. However, Mu Hongyu is Princess Yongping. If something happens to her because of this, Master Gu, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. Gu Yunfei's remaining words were stuck in his throat. He didn't know if Chu Liyue was telling the truth, but elder son was on her side. Even if it was fake, it was true. I originally thought that since Gu Mingzhu is no longer here, we don't need to pursue this matter. After all, the dead are more important. However, I didn't expect that after I gave in again and again, all I got in return was groundless accusations and slander. Master Gu, although I'm not a great person, I won't admit to things I haven't done. If others want to slander me, I definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Fortunately, elder son was here today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. What do you think? Gu Yunfei felt a chill run down his back. Then what do you want? Chu Liyue paused and smiled. Mrs. Gu has already apologized to me in front of everyone. Of course, I won't hold it against her. Let's just forget about this matter. The stone in Gu Yunfei's heart was finally lifted. That's good, however, Chu Liyue took a step forward, lowered his voice, and laughed. Gu family head, Madame Gue has lost her beloved daughter. Now that she's grieving, it's easy for her to be incited by others. Perhaps someone might take advantage of her. You'd better pay more attention. Gu Yunfei's heart thumped. The farce finally came to an end. Chu Liyue returned to the academy and briefly told elder son and Bai Chen what had happened over the past 2 days. However, she didn't mention how she had escaped from the black vortex. She only said that she had fainted and found herself lying in the forest when she woke up. She didn't know what had happened. Elder son didn't believe it, but seeing that Chu Liyue didn't seem to want to talk about it, he didn't pursue the matter. He told her to rest well and let her go. Before Chu Liyue returned to her residence, she bumped into Mu Hongyu and Sun Hu, who were looking for her. When the two saw Chu Liyue standing in front of them, they were overjoyed. Lu Yu, it's really you. It's really you. Mu Hongyu hugged her, crying and laughing at the same time. Sun Hu scratched his head and laughed so hard that the corners of his mouth almost reached the back of his head. I told you that Lu Yu wouldn't go back on her words. We agreed to meet outside the mountains. Isn't it true now? Chu Liyue saw that the two of them looked haggard and knew that they had been suffering for the past few days. Her heart ached as she patted Mu Hongyu's shoulder. I've always been a man of my words. On the other hand, the two of you look so sickly. Mu Hongyu wiped her tears. Of course not. As she spoke, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. I heard that the matriarch of the Gu family came to find trouble with you. How could they have the cheek to do that? Chu Luiyue shook her head. It's already been resolved. Madame Gu probably won't have an easy time in the future. Sun Hu asked doubtfully. How do you know? After all, she's the matriarch of the Gu family. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up. It's precisely because she's the matriarch that this matter is so serious. The Chu residence. After hearing the news from the servants, Lu Yao was in a daze for a long time. She sat in her chair in a daze and muttered in disbelief. How could this be? Could it be that this still couldn't bring her down? Not only did it not bring her down, but it even cleared Chu Luiyue's name. With elder son's words, there would no longer be such a rumor in the entire imperial city. Chu Luiyue had cleared her name without any effort. What exactly did she rely on to avoid danger time and time again? It's all because of you. Now, everyone knows that elder son is also Chu Luiyue's backer. Chu Yan was seriously injured and couldn't get out of bed. Her temper had become even more irritable, and she would scold her frequently. Lu Yao was vexed. I didn't know that things would turn out this way. It's all because you're brainless. Just as the two of them were quarreling, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. Lu Yao took a look and saw a group of people rushing into the courtyard. They looked unfriendly. What are you doing? Is this a place where you can come in as you please? All of you, get out. The person at the front sneered and said sarcastically, Third Madam, we're here on First Elder's orders to invite you to the main hall. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. Why is First Elder looking for me? Heh, don't you know what you've done? Now, the Gu family is also waiting for you. Please, Lu Yao's heart sank when she heard the words Gu family. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 164. Mu Hongyu was originally worried that Chu Luiyue would be bullied by Madame Gu, but seeing her calm and composed appearance, she was relieved. Thinking about it, Chu Luiyue could escape from the black flying python. What else could she not do? A mere Gu family was nothing to them. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Now that you're back, we have to properly celebrate. Mu Hongyu's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she spoke. Lu Yu, you said you would take us to Phoenix Restaurant last time. I haven't been there in a long time. Chu Luiyue lightly knocked her head. When your body recovers, you can go there every day. For now, you'd better stay here obediently. Mu Hongyu's smile immediately disappeared. She raised 2 fingers. I swear, I definitely won't drink. Is that okay? We'll only go eat. Chu Luiyue raised her brows. Really? Mu Hongyu hurriedly nodded. Really, really. Lu Yu, just promise me. I beg you. Chu Luiyue pretended to hesitate for a while before finally nodding. Okay. They had probably been heartbroken because of her for the past few days. It was time for them to relax. Then let's go tonight. Sun Hu, call Liao Zhongshu and Gu Mingfeng as well. Sun Hu scratched his head, a little troubled. This. Liao Zhongshu's body hasn't recovered yet. He's been bedridden. I'm afraid he can't go. Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. Liao Zhongshu's injuries are that serious? I remember that it was mainly some flesh wounds at that time. After a few days, he should have recovered a little. Why can't he even get out of bed? Speaking of this, Mu Hongyu and Sun Hu's expressions were a little unsightly. That's right. The academy's teachers have already taken a look at him and given him medicine. But for some reason, his injuries keep coming back and haven't improved. Sun Hu continued. There's also Gu Mingfeng. He hasn't returned to the academy these past 2 days. I heard that he was chased out of the Gu family. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Why would the Gu family do this all of a sudden? Mu Hongyu pursed her lips. Isn't it because of Gu Mingzhu? Gu Mingfeng has always been disliked in the Gu family. Now that Gu Mingzhu is dead, the Gu family is pushing all the blame onto him. Sun Hu clenched his fists. Anyway, he rarely went back. It's no longer considered his home. It's good that he's gone. Chu Luiyue shook his head. That's not the case. It was one thing for Gu Mingfeng to not be valued, but it was another thing for him to be kicked out. In the past, he was everyone. He was in the Gu family, in the past, the families. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment and said, "That's right. I'm afraid we won't be able to eat today's meal. Sun Hu, go look for Gu Mingfeng. If you have any news, inform us immediately. Hong Yu and I will visit Liao Zhongshu first." Upon hearing Chu Luiyue's words, the duo agreed. After all, they had gone through life and death together. They couldn't ignore him. Mu Hongyu stopped joking. "I know where Liao Zhongshu lives. Come with me." The moment Chu Luiyue followed Mu Hongyu to the warrior student's residence, they attracted a lot of attention. The news of Chu Luiyue's safe return had already spread throughout the academy the day before. Many people were curious when they heard that she was coming back today. Seeing that Chu Luiyue had actually come to the warrior's residence, it naturally caused quite a commotion. Chu Luiyue ignored it and followed Mu Hongyu to a small building. Mu Hongyu walked to the door and knocked. "Ji Yurong, are you there?" The door was quickly opened. It was a tall and thin youth. He recognized Mu Hongyu at a glance and smiled warmly. "Mu Hongyu, are you here to take a look at Zhongshu?" Mu Hongyu nodded. "Yes. Lu Yu and I are here to visit him." The youth was stunned when he heard Chu Luiyue's name. Only then did he see that there was another person behind her. A strange expression flashed across his face, but it was fleeting. "So you came together. Come in. Zhongshu just woke up. You can go up and visit him." Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. Mu Hongyu didn't sense anything wrong. She pulled Chu Luiyue to the second floor. "We'll go up first. Sorry to trouble you these few days." Ji Yurong smiled. "We're all classmates. It's my duty. You guys chat. I have something to do, so I'll go out first." After saying that, he simply packed up his things, closed the door, and left. Chu Luiyue looked back at him. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Ji Yurong's footsteps seemed to be fleeing. As she went up the stairs, she asked, "That Ji Yurong also lives here?" "That's right. He's been living here with Zhongshu. This is the martial artist area. Everyone lives together. It's not like you mystics who have good conditions and can each have your own courtyard. Zhongshu often talks about him, but he's a bit introverted and rarely interacts with us." Mu Hongyu said as she walked. "However, he's really a good person. He's been taking care of Zhongshu for the past few days." Chu Luiyue nodded and didn't ask any more questions. As they spoke, the two reached the bedroom on the second floor. As soon as they entered, Chu Luiyue saw Liao Zhongshu lying on the bed and couldn't help but be shocked. In just a few days, Liao Zhongshu had lost a lot of weight. His cheeks were deeply sunken, and his eyes were dim. He looked very haggard. Seeing Chu Luiyue and Ji Yurong enter, Liao Zhongshu revealed a pale smile and raised his hand with difficulty. "You're here. Sit down." Mu Hongyu furrowed her brows. "Why do you look worse than 2 days ago? Did you not take your medicine properly?" Liao Zhongshu shook his head, his voice weak. "It's fine if my body doesn't live up to expectations. But Lu Yu, it's great that you're back." Even though he was sick, he had heard about Chu Luiyue's matters. Thus, he was very happy to see her standing here in one piece. Chu Luiyue stepped forward and put her hand on his wrist. "What did the teachers say about your body?" Liao Zhongshu's lips moved, and he coughed. Cough cough. It's nothing. It's not a big problem. It's just that my body is too weak, and I can't absorb the medicine properly. That's why I haven't gotten better. The teacher said to take the medicine for 2 days and see. Cough. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. Mu Hongyu asked curiously. Luyu, did you see anything? Chu Luiyue suddenly pulled the blanket off him. Hey, Luyu. Mu Hongyu jumped in fright and tried to stop her. Unfortunately, Chu Luiyue was too fast and couldn't stop her. Liao Zhongshu didn't expect Chu Luiyue to do this either. He was instantly embarrassed and tried to pull the blanket up. However, Chu Luiyue didn't care about their expressions. Her eyes were fixed on his left leg. A piece of flesh had been bitten off his left leg, and it was swollen beyond recognition. It was twice as thick as his other leg, and it almost tore his pants apart. Mu Hongyu exclaimed. What's going on? Liao Zhongshu's face turned pale. It's been like this since the day I came back. The teachers don't know why. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment. You've been poisoned. You've been poisoned. Chapter 165. Poisoned? Mu Hongyu was also shocked. She did not care about her embarrassment and quickly walked forward. Are you sure? Do you know what kind of poison he was poisoned with? Chu Luiyue covered Liao Zhongshu with the blanket once more. Instead of answering Mu Hongyu's question, he turned to Liao Zhongshu and asked, Have your legs been itching for the past 2 days? Furthermore, they start bleeding whenever you scratch them? Liao Zhongshu nodded in a daze. That is indeed the case. How did you know? Chu Luiyue had only taken a glance through his clothes, yet he was able to guess it so accurately. How I know isn't important. What's important is that the poison has already spread throughout your body. In less than 3 days, it will reach your lungs. At that time, there will be nothing I can do. Liao Zhongshu immediately became nervous. So serious? But I haven't even left my room since I came back. How could I be poisoned? Furthermore, the teachers didn't say anything about it. This poison is known as red blood goo, and it's an extremely rare type of poison. Once infected, the wounds on the body will fester over and over again, unable to heal. Even worse, the area around the wound will rapidly fill with blood, and the skin will become brittle. The itch will be unbearable, and the slightest touch will cause the wound to rupture. In the end, your skin will crack and you will die of blood loss. With every word Chu Luiyue spoke, Mu Hongyu and Liao Zhongshu's faces turned paler. By the end, their faces were as pale as ghosts. This was especially true for Liao Zhongshu. He was already on the verge of death, and after hearing those words, he found it hard to breathe. This. I don't know what happened either. Could it be that I? He couldn't finish his words, but Chu Luiyue and Mu Hongyu knew what he was worried about. Even the teachers of the academy couldn't see through such a formidable poison, let alone treat it. This meant that he only had a few days left to live. Mu Hongyu looked worriedly at Chu Luiyue. Luyu, is it really that serious? Then do you have any ideas? Since you were able to recognize it, you must have a solution, right? Liao Zhongshu also looked at her with a glimmer of hope. Chu Luiyue remained silent for a moment. I recognize this poison, but if you want to completely cure it, you need at least 100 herbs. Most of them are extremely precious. It will be difficult to find them in a short period of time. If it was her previous life, it wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with this kind of poison. But with the current circumstances, it was really difficult. There were some herbs that could not be found even in the entire country. The light in Liao Zhongshu's eyes gradually dimming eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. I guess I can only wait. Mu Hongyu looked at Chu Luiyue and then at Liao Zhongshu. Her heart felt like it was being roasted on fire. She and Liao Zhongshu had always had a good relationship. In addition, Liao Zhongshu had helped them a lot in surviving this time. The friendship between them had long surpassed that of ordinary fellow disciples. But now, they were actually going to watch him die right in front of their eyes? The room fell into silence for a moment. Chu Luiyue suddenly asked. "How did you get poisoned?" Liao Zhongshu was at a loss. I don't know. I was fine before I went to Wanling Mountain. But after I came back, my wounds kept worsening. So you were poisoned in the academy after you came back? I think so. After I came back, I didn't even leave this room. As Liao Zhongshu spoke, he frowned and fell into deep thought. But I don't know what went wrong either. Ever since I came back to recuperate, I've been taking medicine and resting according to the teacher's instructions. I haven't touched anything else. Chu Luiyue crossed her arms and suddenly asked, "How does Ji Yurong treat you?" "Him? He treats me very well. He has been taking care of me for the past few days." "Do you suspect that he poisoned me?" Liao Zhongshu finally understood what Chu Luiyue meant, but he subconsciously denied it. "That's impossible. We've been living here since the day we were admitted to the academy. We get along well. Although we're not as close as biological brothers, we have a good relationship. He has no reason to harm me." Mu Hongyu could not help but interrupt. "That's right. Lu Yu, I know that Ji Yurong. He's a good person. I don't think he would do such a sinister thing. You can't judge a book by its cover. If it wasn't him, did you poison yourself?" Chu Luiyue disagreed with the two's words. If he really didn't do anything, why did Ji Yurong look so guilty when he saw her? Mu Hongyu and Liao Zhongshu were speechless. Chu Luiyue's words were reasonable. "What do we do now? We can't just arrest him and interrogate him, right? Then, even if he did it, he definitely wouldn't admit to it." Mu Hongyu rubbed her temples and felt that her head was hurting. Chu Luiyue looked around and saw an empty bowl beside Liao Zhongshu. She could faintly smell a faint medicinal fragrance. "Is this the bowl you drink your medicine from? It's so clean." Liao Zhongshu nodded. "Every time I drink my medicine, Yurong would immediately wash the bowl. He said that the smell was too strong and he was worried that it would affect my rest. So, he would wait until I finished drinking it and wash it before bringing it back." Liao Zhongshu's voice gradually trailed off. He looked at the bowl with a strange expression. Could it really be him? At first, he thought that Ji Yurong was taking care of him and was very grateful. But now that he thought about it, it was indeed strange. He was a patient. So what if he smelled the medicine? Even he did not care. Why did Ji Yurong care so much about it? He tried to persuade Ji Yurong not to go through so much trouble, but Ji Yurong always said that it was a small matter. Mu Hongyu suddenly jumped up and ran to the bowl to examine it carefully. "Lu Yu, are you saying that there's something wrong with the medicine?" "Unfortunately, the bowl has been washed clean. There's no evidence left. Why don't we check it the next time Zhongshu drinks his medicine?" Chu Luiyue's red lips twitched as she shook her head. "He won't do anything else. The previous poison is enough. We just need to wait for a few more days. Moreover, Ji Yurong should have sensed her vigilance and would not give her any chance to investigate." Mu Hongyu was dejected. "Then what should we do?" Liao Zhongshu forced a smile. "Hongyu, don't think about it. Even if we find something now, it's probably too late. My body." Chu Luiyue shook her head in disagreement and smiled faintly. "The more it's like this, the more we have to investigate. We can only hope to get the antidote if we find the person who poisoned you. Rest well first. Hongyu and I will go and investigate." After telling Liao Zhongshu to rest well, Chu Luiyue and Mu Hongyu left together. After they walked out of the door, Mu Hongyu looked back and worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yu, how are we going to investigate now? Without the antidote, Zhongshu won't last more than a few days. Will we be able to make it in time? Chu Luiyue looked up in a certain direction. So the most important thing for us now is to stop the poison from spreading in his body. Mu Hongyu was stunned. Didn't you say that the antidote is difficult? It's difficult to completely detoxify the poison, but it's not that difficult to suppress the poison. Chu Luiyue walked forward as she spoke. Hey, where are you going? Chu Luiyue did not even turn around. Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 166. Mu Hongyu was shocked and hurriedly followed him. Heaven Medicine Pavilion? Isn't that where the academy stores all kinds of herbs? Are you going there now, to get the herbs? Chu Luiyue nodded. As the top academy in country Yaochen, Tianlu Academy should have a lot of good stuff stored there. Let's go take a look first. I'll go by myself. Go and check if Ji Yurong has been acting strangely recently or if he's been in contact with anyone. He's from an ordinary family, so he must have gotten the poison from someone else. Mu Hongyu was a little hesitant. It's not a problem for me to check, but Heaven Medicine Pavilion. That place is the celestial physician's territory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get the herbs there. Mu Hongyu's words were very tactful. In fact, for so many years, other than the celestial physician's people, it was difficult for others to even enter Heaven Medicine Pavilion. It was not that they did not allow people to enter, but the rules were too strict. The academy required that every student who wanted to get herbs from Heaven Medicine Pavilion had to make a declaration. They would only be allowed if they had a good reason. If it was the celestial physicians group, they could easily get what they wanted as long as they said that they wanted to refine medicine. However, it was not so simple for warriors and celestial physicians group. Chu Luiyue raised his brows. Then, are warriors and Xian masters not qualified to go? That's not it. Actually, we only go there once in a while when we're injured. Mu Hongyu wrinkled her nose and was a little indignant. You don't know, but the celestial physicians group is very arrogant. They're very hard to please. Chu Luiyue laughed. Celestial physicians' requirements for talent were very high. Normal celestial physician did have this problem. Although I didn't cultivate there, I passed the celestial physician's exam. They won't make things difficult for me, right? Mu Hongyu pursed her lips. That might not be the case. Chu Luiyue patted her arm. Don't worry. The two of them split up. Chu Luiyue walked all the way to the back of the mountain. The Heaven Medicine Pavilion was built on the steepest mountain in Tianlu Academy. Most people would not come here for no reason. Therefore, the further up the mountain they went, the more deserted their surroundings became. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Chu Luiyue finally saw the plaque that read, Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. The Heavenly Medicine Pavilion had a total of 5 floors. From the surface, it looked no different from an ordinary building. However, when Chu Luiyue approached it, he felt a formless fluctuation. Outside Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, an extremely powerful barrier had been set up. Outside the bronze gate stood 2 youths who seemed to be guarding it. Seeing Chu Luiyue, one of the youths asked coldly. Who are you? What is it? Chu Luiyue said, Student Chu Luiyue is here to collect the medicine. When they heard the name, Chu Luiyue, a look of astonishment flashed across their faces at the same time. This name reverberated like thunder in their ears. Some time ago, she passed all 3 examinations and was admitted to the academy. She was also a genius who took first place in the warrior division and second place in the Xian master division on the same day. Even though they did not care much about the warrior division and Xian master division, they had heard this name more than once. They did not expect that she would actually come here. You are Chu Luiyue. The youth who asked the question carefully sized up Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue nodded. You have to declare if you want to collect medicine from Heaven's medicine pavilion. Fill in the form first. As he spoke, the other youth waved his sleeve, and an item flew toward Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue raised his hand to catch the item and raised his eyebrows slightly. It was actually a wooden board and a writing brush. The wooden board was charred black and was only the size of a palm. It was also very rough to the touch. Write down the item you want on this, and we will send it in for verification. After the verification, the item will be given to you. The youth spoke indifferently as if he was doing business. Chu Luiyue flipped through the items in his hand and smiled. It seemed that Mu Hongyu was right. This group of people from Celestial Physician Division was truly extraordinarily arrogant and liked to make things difficult for others. This charred wooden board was not ordinary wood, but the trunk of a black sage vine. It was born like this, and its texture was hard. Even if an average person used a knife to carve, they might not be able to leave a mark on it. As for writing, this writing brush was clean without a speck of ink, so how could he write? Chu Luiyue waved the item in his hand. Just write it on this? The two youths nodded in unison, looking like they were watching a joke. Chu Luiyue did not say anything else. He picked up the brush and started writing on the wooden board. The brush did not leave a single mark on the black wooden board. Chu Luiyue paused and frowned slightly, seemingly a little surprised. The two youths looked at each other with ridicule in their eyes. Passing all 3 tests. Genius? Seems like this is all there is to it. Chu Luiyue looked up and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, there seems to be a problem with this item. Can I trouble you to change it for me? Change it? Each person can only have one at a time. How can? One of the youths immediately refused, but before he could finish, the person beside him suddenly interrupted him. Since this is your first time here, we'll change it for you. With that, he moved his arm and threw a similar black wooden board to Chu Luiyue. Hey, Mo Liang, according to the rules, you can't. Cui Yao disagreed, but he saw Mo Liang give him a look. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that Mo Liang was actually trying to tease Chu Luiyue. She couldn't write one, and she still couldn't write another one. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Ever since Chu Luiyue entered the academy, she had always been praised and in the limelight. Now was the perfect time to show her who was the boss. So many people praised her as a genius, but now it seemed that her brain wasn't that bright. The two exchanged a look of understanding and didn't say anything else. They just looked at Chu Luiyue, waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Sure enough, Chu Luiyue still couldn't leave a mark on it. She paused, seeming a little embarrassed and confused. Cui Yao and Mo Liang almost couldn't hold back their smiles. Chu Luiyue, it seems like there's a problem with this one too. How about we change it for you? Mo Liang said loudly, his tone mocking. Chu Luiyue looked at him and hesitated for a moment before saying, then I'll have to trouble you. No trouble, no trouble. We're all from the same school, so it's only right that we help each other. Mo Liang held back his laughter and threw another wooden board to Chu Luiyue. This time, Chu Luiyue had a total of 3 boards in her hands. Hey, Chu Luiyue, if this still doesn't work, why don't we just give you a few more? Once you try 100 times, you'll definitely find a good one, right? Ha ha ha. Cui Yao didn't hide his ridicule and laughed out loud. Even a fool would be able to see the problem at this point. But unexpectedly, Chu Luiyue didn't show the slightest bit of embarrassment. Instead, she smiled and shook her head. No need, these are enough. With that, she walked to the side and plucked an apricot leaf. Seeing her actions, Cui Yao's laughter came to an abrupt stop. Mo Liang also felt a bit uneasy. Chu Luiyue used the apricot leaf to lightly wipe the blackboard, then started writing again. As the tip of the brush moved, a smooth white handwriting could be clearly seen. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from LoveNet. Chapter 167. Black sage vine and bitter apricot leaf were natural enemies. After wiping with bitter apricot leaf, a thin layer of coating would be left. Although the brush didn't have ink, it was made of snow wolf fur and could easily leave a mark on it. This method was simple, but those who didn't understand it would be stumped. The Cui and Yao duo wanted to use this to make things difficult for Chu Luyue and embarrass her once. When Chu Luyue said that the item was broken and asked to change it, the two were secretly pleased with themselves, thinking that they had succeeded in pranking her. But now, looking at the words on the blackboard, they couldn't laugh anymore. The smile on Cui Yao's face didn't fade, but his eyes were full of shock. He looked very stiff and strange. Mo Liang wasn't any better. He realized almost immediately, Chu Luyue did it on purpose. She clearly knew what to do, but pretended not to know. They thought that they had tricked her, but in fact, they were under her control. When the two of them were laughing at her, she was probably very pleased with herself. Chu Luyue wrote a line, then looked up at the two with a slight smile. So this thing isn't broken. Look, it's written quite smoothly. Cui Yao's expression was so ugly that it looked like he had swallowed a fly. Mo Liang pointed at Chu Luyue, suppressing his anger. You already knew how to write this. You tricked us. Chu Luyue blinked. That's right. She said it so casually that the two men didn't know what to say for a moment. This Chu Luyue was too arrogant. You. How dare you? Chu Luyue, do you know where you are? How dare you deceive us in public? Mo Liang cursed angrily. Chu Luyue smiled faintly. Weren't you two the ones who made things difficult for me first? I just came to take some herbs and you tried to stop me. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Is that too much? Chu Luyue's words silenced the two. Yes. It was true that they were the first to make things difficult for her, but this was the usual practice. Other than the celestial physician, everyone who came here was always like this. Chu Luyue was no exception. It was just that, he didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate. Not only did he fail to trick Chu Luyue, but he also became a joke. Chu Luyue lowered his head and continued writing. Senior brothers, please wait for a moment. I still have a lot of things to write. When Cui Yao and Cui Yao heard this, they immediately looked over, only to see Chu Luyue's pen moving like a dragon. His movements were smooth, as if he didn't need to think at all. In a short period of time, the black wooden board was already half filled. However, Chu Luyue had no intention of stopping. Only then did the two of them realize that things seemed to have spiraled out of control. Chu Luyue had clearly come prepared. Most importantly, she had 3 black wooden boards in her hands. Mo Liang swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Chu Luyue, each person can only fill in 1 piece of paper at a time. Hurry up and return the remaining 2 black sage vines. Chu Luyue didn't even raise her head. Senior brother, you gave these to me. There's no reason why I can't write them, right? Cold sweat dripped down Mo Liang's forehead. I told you to stop writing. If the teacher knew that he had given Chu Luyue 3 black sage vines at once, he would definitely punish him. At this moment, Chu Luyue had already filled up the first black sage vine. She took the remaining 2 and smiled brightly at the 2. I really can't refuse senior brother's kindness. With that, she continued to write on the 2 blank black sage vines. What a joke! To help Liao Zhongshu stop the poison, she needed a lot of herbs. Moreover, these 2 people were deliberately asking for trouble. Wouldn't it be inappropriate if she didn't repay them properly? Seeing Chu Luyue's actions, Mo Liang's heart sank bit by bit. Finally, Chu Luyue filled up the 3 black sage vines and handed them over. Senior brother, these are the herbs I need this time. Please send them in for the teacher's approval. Mo Liang's body stiffened. Seeing the smile on Chu Liuyue's face, Cui Yao was furious. She snatched the things away. Don't bite off more than you can chew. I'd like to see if the teacher will approve it for you. With that, she opened the door and walked in. Bang! The door closed again. Chu Luyue shrugged, took a few steps back, and waited patiently. Mo Liang was jolted awake by the sound of the door closing and returned to his senses. Yes, Cui Yao was right. Chu Liyue's writing wasn't the most important thing. As long as the teacher didn't approve it, it would be useless for her to write. She wasn't from the Celestial Physicians team and this was her first time here. If she only wanted 1 or 2 ordinary herbs, the teacher might give them to her. However, she had asked for too much from the start. This request would definitely not be approved. With that thought, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. The waiting time was always unbearable. Mo Liang glanced at the door from time to time, but Cui Yao didn't come out. His mood became more and more restless. That's not right. The teacher would definitely reject the request. Cui Yao should have come out by now after being in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out yet? He looked back at Chu Luyue, only to see her standing there with her hands behind her back. She looked relaxed, as if she wasn't worried about her request at all. This made him even more annoyed and he frowned. After another 15 minutes, the door opened again and Cui Yao came out. Apart from the black sage vine that had already been erased, he didn't have any other herbs in his hand. He didn't pass. Mo Liang was delighted and quickly went up to him. What took you so long? Is the teacher busy? Is that why he rejected me so late? Cui Yao's expression was a little strange. She handed the black sage vine to Mo Liang and walked to her seat on the other side without saying anything. Mo Liang felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Cui Yao looked at Chu Luyue with a complicated expression and said with difficulty. Her list has passed. How is that possible? Mo Liang jumped to his feet in disbelief. Cui Yao rubbed her face. Teachers Rong said that there were too many things and some of them were placed in remote locations. He said that it would take some time to prepare them. Later, he will personally come out with the things. Love Network has a better reading experience. Chapter 168. Mo Liang thought he was hallucinating, but Cui Yao didn't seem to be joking. He was stunned for a while before he muttered, How? How is this possible? Cui Yao didn't want to say another word. How could he not be shocked? He wanted to ask the same question too. When he handed the list over, Mr. Rong frowned and looked at it for a long time. However, as he looked at it, his brows relaxed and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then, he put aside his work and went to prepare the herbs himself. Cui Yao thought of the smile on Mr. Rong's face when he left and felt awkward. Mr. Rong had always been strict. He wouldn't even approve the list of Celestial Physician students. However, Chu Luyue. She wrote 3 black sage vines. How could she do that? Thank you, senior. I'll wait here then. Chu Luyue said with a smile. Cui Yao looked away. Out of sight, out of mind. Mo Liang wanted to ask more, but seeing Cui Yao's expression, he could only swallow his words. There was an awkward silence in the room. After a few minutes, the door finally opened again. A slightly plump middle-aged man walked out quickly. When he saw Chu Luyue standing in front of the door, his eyes lit up. You're Chu Luyue? Chu Luyue nodded. Greetings, Mr. Rong. Rong laughed and waved a golden bag in his hand. There's no need to stand on ceremony. The things you want are all here. Chu Luyue was surprised. A Qinkuan bag? You know what this is? Zuorong didn't expect Chu Luiyue to recognize the Qianquan bag. However, on second thought, she used to be the eldest daughter of the Chu family. It wasn't surprising that she knew about it. That's right. This is indeed a Qianquan bag. You asked for too many things, so I put them all here for convenience's sake. After you go back, take out all the things inside and return this Qianquan bag. Zuorong's words were filled with pride, but Mo Liang and the other man beside him had already widened their eyes in shock. Zuorong Laoshe is actually so generous to Chu Luiyue. That Qianquan pouch was extremely precious. It was priceless. Even the teachers in the academy might not necessarily have one. Zuorong Laoshe had only obtained this item because he had saved a person of high status a few years ago. At that time, he had attracted the envy of many people. Normally, it would be difficult for them to even take a look at it. However, Mr. Zuorong had actually lent it to Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue was also very surprised. If it was in her previous life, a Qianquan bag wouldn't be considered a treasure to her. However, this was country Yaochen, so there shouldn't be many people who had it. This was the first time Mr. Zuorong had met her, and he was really taking care of her. The smile on her face deepened. She took a few steps forward and took the Qianquan bag with both hands. Thank you, Mr. Zuorong. I will return it as soon as possible. How could he not take advantage of a free lunch? There's no rush. I have a few questions that I would like to ask you. You have to answer truthfully. Chu Luiyue looked at his expression and already guessed what he wanted to ask. She nodded lightly. Teacher, please ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Zuorong chuckled. All right. Tell me first. Did you write that list yourself? Yes. Zuorong's eyes suddenly lit up. Why did you write this list? Are you refining medicine for someone? Chu Luiyue didn't hide it. Yes, this medicine is indeed for a friend. Is that person Liao Zhongshu? Zuorong asked anxiously. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. That's right. It's him. I knew it. Zuorong slapped his thigh. Previously, he had also gone to check on Liao Zhongshu's injuries. He secretly guessed that he might have been poisoned, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was. Even after discussing it with the other teachers, he still couldn't come to a conclusion. However, when he saw Chu Luiyue's list, he suddenly realized that there were a few medicinal herbs in the list that seemed to be compatible with Liao Zhongshu's current condition. This was also the reason why he had to personally prepare the medicinal herbs. He wanted to meet Chu Luiyue and get to the bottom of this matter. You know about his condition? Zuorong asked vaguely. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered slightly. I have seen a similar situation in the past. Zuorong took a deep breath. So, this prescription, I came across this prescription by chance, and I don't remember it very clearly. Since I have no other choice, I decided to give it a try. As soon as Chu Luiyue said those words, disappointment surfaced on Zuorong's face. I see. He thought that Chu Luiyue was the one who came up with this prescription. However, upon thinking about it, he found this idea ridiculous. There were so many teachers in the academy who couldn't do anything about it. How could a mere student like Chu Luiyue come up with such a prescription? Even the principal might not be able to do it. Zuorong's agitation gradually calmed down, but he was still pleased that Chu Luiyue was able to help Liao Zhongshu. You can head back first. I will personally head over with the other teachers later. Chu Luiyue nodded. Then, I will take my leave. With that, she turned around and left with the Cosmos sack. Zuorong turned to the two behind him. In the future, if that lass wants to take medicinal herbs, just let her do so. Don't let what happened today happen a second time. Do you understand? Cui Yao and Mo Liang were confused by the conversation, but they could vaguely sense that Chu Luyue did have some talent in the field of celestial physician. Furthermore, Zuorong also thought highly of her, so they didn't dare to say anything else. They could only agree to it. Yes, yes. I will definitely keep it in mind. When Zuorong saw that the two of them still looked somewhat unwilling, he shook his head inwardly and said earnestly, he said in a serious tone, "Don't think that you are better than others just because you are a celestial physician. There will always be someone better than you." Mo Liang couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Zuorong, do you mean that Chu Luyue is more talented than us?" Zuorong looked at the two with pity. "She keeps a low profile, but you think she is useless. Don't say such childish things in the future. You will only make a fool of yourself. Do you understand?" Digression, it's my birthday today. More chapters tonight. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Iwa. Chapter 169. Chu Luyue brought the herbs back to her residence. She took out all the herbs from the Qianquan bag and placed them in order. Just as she was about to return to Heaven's Medicine Pavilion to return the Qianquan bag to Zuorong, she heard a commotion outside. She walked to the door and just as she opened it, she saw Zuorong bringing a few other teachers into the courtyard. When Zuorong saw her, he immediately smiled. "Lu Yu, these are the teachers who diagnosed Liao Zhongshu previously. I brought them here to see you." The few teachers silently sized up Chu Luyue. Zuorong said that Chu Luyue knew what kind of poison Liao Zhongshu was afflicted with and had a way to temporarily suppress the poison in his body. They were shocked and curious, so they followed Zuorong here. However, they were more suspicious in their hearts. Chu Luyue didn't even go to the celestial physician's place to cultivate. Furthermore, during the entrance examination, didn't they say that her talent in this field was limited? Why did it sound like she was very formidable now? Chu Luyue knew that they weren't here to see her, but to see how she was going to refine those herbs. She didn't point it out. She greeted the teachers and invited them into the house. "Zuorong teacher, you came at the right time. I just took out the herbs from the Qianquan bag and returned it to you," Chu Luyue said as she returned the Qianquan bag to Zuorong. Zuorong accepted it with a smile. "You're quite nimble. If there's such a thing in the future, don't hesitate to ask." Chu Luyue pursed her lips and smiled. "Then, Lu Yu will thank you in advance." The conversation between the two of them made the other teachers beside them secretly shocked. Zuorong usually treasured this Qianquan bag so much that he wouldn't even let them borrow it. But now, he was very generous to Chu Luyue. "Those are the herbs you took from Heaven's Medicine Pavilion?" Another teacher pointed at the jade boxes piled up in the room and asked. "Isn't this a little too much?" Chu Luyue smiled faintly. "Teacher Xianzang, don't worry. Lu Yu knows how difficult it is to obtain these herbs. He will definitely make the best use of them and won't waste any of them." Xianzang looked at her suspiciously. "Make the best use of everything? How are you going to refine so many herbs by yourself? Aren't you exaggerating a little?" Chu Luyue didn't try to defend himself. Enough. Xianzang, you don't even know what kind of poison Liao Zhongshu was poisoned with. Why are you still talking so much?" Zuorong's words made Xianzang swallow his remaining words. He snorted. "Good. Let's hear what you have to say first." The remaining few immediately pricked up their ears. Chu Luyue was slightly moved. "Actually, I don't know much about this poison. I've only seen it by chance." Of course, she couldn't completely reveal her background, so she simply mentioned a few words. Her words were very vague. Zuorong and the others wanted to ask more, but they realized that Chu Luyue didn't seem to know everything either. In the end, they could only give up. "So you're saying that you don't have complete confidence in this recipe? Aren't you treating Liao Zhongshu's life like a game?" What if something happens? Xianzang was silent for a while before he spoke with a frown. What else can happen? Others might not know, but don't you know Liao Zhongshu's current situation? If we delay for a few more days, he'll be dead by now. What's there to talk about? Zhuo Rong impatiently interrupted Xianzang and waved his hand at Chu Luyue. This guy is stubborn and inflexible. Lu Yu, don't worry about him. Just do whatever you want. Xianzang resentfully shut his mouth. Chu Luyue sighed softly in her heart. She originally wanted to quietly refine the medicine for Liao Zhongshu, but she didn't expect Zhuo Rong to be so interested in this matter. From the looks of it, they clearly wanted to see how she would refine the medicine. Chu Luyue decided to ignore them. She walked over to take out the herbs and began to prepare them one by one. The Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study. Rong Xiu stood quietly outside the door, wearing a large black cloak. He was tall and slender, and just by standing there, he seemed to make the surrounding scenery lose its color. Many palace maids looked at him from afar, their eyes full of admiration. Your Highness Prince Li is really good-looking. I don't think there's anyone in the imperial capital who can compare to him just from his elegant bearing alone. Isn't that so? When His Highness Prince Li appeared at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, he won the hearts of countless women. It's a pity that His Highness Prince Li's health isn't good and he doesn't come to the palace often. It's hard to even meet him. I wonder which noble lady will have the honor of marrying His Highness Prince Li in the future. Sigh, it's a pity that His Highness Prince Li is weak and doesn't have any real power. He's just an idle prince and can't be considered the best. So what? It's already a lifetime of good fortune to be able to see that face every day. Who dares to ask for more? His Highness Prince Li used to be very powerful, but now... Shoo. You dare to say that? Do you want to die? Bang! The sound of something breaking suddenly came from the study. The palace servants hiding in the dark were startled and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Rong Xiu looked up, and one couldn't see any emotions in his deep eyes. Someone hurriedly retreated from the imperial study. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. I'll leave now. This battered and exhausted person was the first elder of the Chu family, Chu Shao. He wiped the cold sweat off his head. His entire body was covered in dust. He originally came to see His Majesty today to plead for the Crown Prince, but he didn't expect that the moment he mentioned the Crown Prince, His Majesty would fly into a rage and chase him out. Only then did he realize that the Crown Prince had really angered His Majesty this time. He was the one who was truly stupid to come here so rashly. Chu Shao heaved a heavy sigh. Too many things had happened during this period of time. His mind was actually starting to become muddled. Turning to any doctor in a desperate situation had instead put himself and the Crown Prince in even more danger. Eunuch Min also walked out and glanced at Chu Shao. Lord Chu Shao, please don't come to the palace during this period of time. Chu Shao wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he could only agree. Thank you, Eunuch Min. Eunuch Min despised him in his heart. Chu Shao was old and muddle-headed. Chu Ning was now highly favored by the emperor and was already somewhat dissatisfied with the Chu family. Yet, he chose to enter the palace at this time to plead for the Crown Prince. Was he not afraid of dragging the entire Chu family down with him? Eunuch Min couldn't be bothered with him. He looked up at Rong Xiu, who was standing not far away. His face immediately filled with an eager smile as he took small steps forward. Your Highness Prince Li, you're finally here. His Majesty has been missing you for the past few days. Rong Xiu's lips curled into a lazy smile as he said indifferently, my health hasn't been very good lately. I haven't been feeling well for the past few days. Now that I've recovered a little, I immediately came to visit Imperial Father. Please come in. His Majesty was still angry. If it were an ordinary person, Eunuch Min wouldn't dare to invite them in, but Prince Li was different. When Chu Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but look up at Prince Li, who rarely showed himself. Rong Xiu nonchalantly glanced at him, nodded, and walked toward the imperial study. Chu Xiao couldn't help but look over, but eunuch Ming quickly urged him to leave. The moment Rong Xiu entered the room, he saw shattered teacups scattered all over the floor. Emperor Jiawen's face was still filled with anger. Rong Xiu lightly smiled. "Father, what made you so angry?" "It's not worth mentioning." When Emperor Jiawen saw him, his expression became much gentler. "On the other hand, have you been feeling better recently?" "Thank you for your concern, father. I'm already much better, and I can already go out and walk around these few days." Emperor Jiawen heaved a sigh of relief, but he still knitted his brows. "You can't keep being like this. When there's a chance, I'll definitely find a stronger celestial physician to take a look at you." Rong Xiu smiled and looked nonchalant. "I was born like this, and I've already gotten used to it. Father, you don't have to be too worried." "How can I not be worried? You're me. You didn't have a mother to take care of you when you were young. Then, you left the imperial city at a young age and went to Mingyue Tianshan alone. I owe you a lot for so many years." Rong Xiu looked down. "Father, you're being too serious. Your son understands your intentions." Emperor Jiawen looked at him for a while before shaking his head and sighing. "You've always been the most sensible, unlike those useless ones. Forget it. You don't like these things, so I won't talk to you anymore. I called you here today to ask you something. You've been back in the imperial city for quite some time. Have you taken a liking to any noble lady?" Rong Xiu was dazed. "Imperial father, what are you?" Emperor Jiawen laughed out loud. "You're already a prince now, but you don't even have anyone to serve you. When you start a family, you naturally have to start a family before you start a career. I've already asked my subordinates to prepare quite a number of portraits of noble ladies of suitable age. You can choose from them and choose a date to get married. Digression, cough, I'll add one more chapter today and pick another day. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from IUN. Chapter 170. Rong Xiu was silent for a moment. He didn't expect that his father had called him here for this matter. "Father, my brothers haven't gotten married yet, so it seems a little too early for me to think about this," Emperor Jiawen sneered. "Those royal brothers of yours, none of them make me feel at ease. Let's not talk about them. I haven't been able to take care of you for so many years, so I naturally have to help you choose a suitable marriage." Emperor Jiawen raised his chin. "I know that you haven't been back for long, and you rarely go out. Hence, you're not familiar with the ladies in the imperial city. The portraits are all there, you can take a look at them yourself. If you find one that you like, just tell me." Emperor Jiawen waved his hands and looked as if he would immediately grant the marriage to whoever Rong Xiu chose. This scene made Rong Xiu unsure whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even look at the portraits as he directly said, "Father, I've always been weak. Imperial father, this son has been frail and sickly since young. If I were to marry a wife, I would only be causing trouble for other people. Let's put this matter aside for now." "What the hell are you talking about? Whoever marries you, that's her fortune. Who dares to say that you're a burden? Just pick one." When Emperor Jiawen heard Rong Xiu say this, his face immediately darkened. Speaking of which, Rong Xiu was the prince who had been by his side for the shortest amount of time. Logically speaking, the relationship between the father and son wasn't very deep. However, nobody knew that he loved this child the most in his heart. The Xi family's fourth young lady is quite talented, but it's a pity that she's a concubine, so she's not good enough for you. However, if you like her, you can marry her and make her your consort first. The Liu family comes from a business family, and the ladies in the family all have some power, so I don't like them. The Yang family's big missy might be mediocre, but her looks and temper are top-notch. She's worthy of being called gentle and virtuous. You can take a look at her first. Oh right, there's also Count Jinbei's daughter. Emperor Xiaofan almost listed all the most outstanding ladies in the imperial city. To an ordinary person, these ladies all came from noble backgrounds, and they were all excellent. But in Emperor Xiaofan's eyes, they all had their flaws. However, he could not be blamed for this. Just Rong Xiu's looks alone were enough to make most of the girls pale in comparison. Moreover, he was one of the only two princes with a title. Once he got married, he would be endlessly favored. Emperor Xiaofan also raised his eyebrows, and it was understandable that his standards were higher. As for Rong Xiu's body, in his opinion, it was not a big problem at all. When Rong Xiu saw Emperor Xiaofan's excited look, he raised his brows, clenched his fist, and coughed twice. Emperor Xiaofan paused and looked at him worriedly. Why are you coughing again? Is your body still not fully recovered? Rong Xiu shook his head. His lips were slightly pale as he smiled. Your son is fine. Imperial father, you don't have to worry, cough cough. Seeing him like this, Emperor Xiaofan didn't have the mood to continue the topic. Forget it. Since you're not willing, let's not talk about it today. However, you still have to take this matter to heart. If you have time, come out more often and see if there's anyone you like. I can't directly decide for you, so everything depends on you. Rong Xiu slightly bowed. Thank you for your understanding, Imperial Father. Emperor Xiaofan shook his head and sighed. I wonder what kind of woman you like, what kind of woman I like. A beautiful face flashed across Rong Xiu's mind. Even though she was a little immature, she had already started to show her beauty. Especially that pair of eyes, they were as bright and moving as the starry night. His gaze moved slightly, and he hid the emotions in his eyes. Your son still has a request. Oh? After you came back to the imperial city, you've been resting in your residence. This is the first time you've taken the initiative to make a request to me. How rare. Tell me about it. Rong Xiu was silent for a moment. I've been away for many years and didn't have the chance to pay respects to my mother. Now that I'm back, I want to fulfill my duty as a son. Upon hearing Rong Xiu mention his mother, Emperor Xiaofan was dazed. He then leaned against the chair, sighed, and closed his eyes. She did leave for many years. At this moment, Emperor Xiaofan seemed to have aged a lot, and his tone was filled with unconcealable regret and reminiscence. It's good that you still miss your mother. That's good, but you should know that your mother's mausoleum isn't in the imperial mausoleum. Rong Xiu looked calm. I know. I remember that you once stayed in Tianlu Academy for a very long time. That's right. Back then, she didn't want to stay in the palace, so she went to Tianlu Academy. Your mother was close to Tianlu Academy's director back then, and she was talented and capable. Hence, she became half a teacher in the academy. She stayed there for 2 years until she passed away, and she never came back. Emperor Xiaofan spoke slowly as if he were telling a story that had nothing to do with him. However, his helpless and yearning expression, as well as his slightly trembling hands, clearly indicated that his heart was not as calm as it seemed. Even though many years had passed, that person and those things were still deeply engraved in his heart, and they couldn't be erased. Rong Xiu quietly glanced at him, and his gaze was calm without any ripples. It was as if he didn't care about Emperor Xiaofan's nostalgic look. However, he quickly hid his nonchalant expression. So, I want to go to Tianlu Academy to see where my mother used to stay. Can you allow me to do so? Emperor Xiaofan opened his eyes. The young man in front of him had unknowingly become much taller. He stood there with his back straight, and the sunlight shone on his jade-like face clearly. They were very similar to each other. Especially the faint distant and noble aura between their eyebrows. It was as if they were carved from the same mold. Hence, every time he saw this face, he would be extra patient and dote on it. Of course, I won't disagree. However, you have to ask for the director's opinion on this matter. Normal people can't enter Tianlu Academy, but your mother's status is different. Perhaps the director will be extra lenient on you. Rong Xiu's thin lips curved up slightly. I've already written a letter to ask about the director, and he has already agreed. Emperor Xiaofan was taken aback. Then, since that's the case, you can just go there directly. Love Network provided a better reading experience for mobile users. Chapter 171. At Tianlu Academy, Chu Luyue started processing the herbs while Zhuo Rong and the other teachers watched. She first took out a palm-sized white shell and carefully rubbed it on a grindstone. After a while, fine white powder fell off. The material was thick, and it was very troublesome to grind it. Chu Luyue rubbed it for about 15 minutes, but there was still more than half of it left. Xianzang, who was at the side, tried to hold it in. In the end, when he saw how clumsy Chu Luyue was, he finally spoke up. Chu Luyue, do you know that this isn't how you handle the white elephant shell? Chu Luyue looked up in shock. Really? But didn't the book say that the white elephant shell needs to be ground into powder for it to be fully effective? Xianzang rubbed his glabella. That's right, but based on your current speed, how long will it take for you to completely grind this white elephant shell into powder? Moreover, this is only the first one. There's another one in the box. Have you calculated how much time you'll need? Chu Luyue seemed to be in a predicament as she humbly asked for advice. Then what do you think we should do? Xianzang shook his head in disappointment and said to Zhuo Rong, look at her. Look at her. She's so clumsy. Where's the slightest bit of intelligence? She can't even handle one white elephant shell, let alone all the other herbs. I think we don't have to stay here and watch. Her method is most likely unreliable. As for Liao Zhongshu's injury, I'll go back and think of a way myself. Then, Xianzang ignored Zhuo Rong's protests and stood up to leave. The remaining teachers looked at each other awkwardly. Zhuo Rong, this. Xianzang's words make sense. Chu Luyue had already said that she didn't come up with the prescription on her own. Instead, she accidentally got it from someone else. Besides, she didn't remember it very clearly, and most of it was just guessing. It's really hard to say if it's effective. I heard that she barely passed the entrance exam. I think she really doesn't have much talent. Zhuo Rong, you're probably thinking too much this time. I'd better go back and think of a way with Xianzang. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Wait for me. I still have some matters to attend to. Xianzang left with two teachers, leaving only Zhuo Rong and another teacher. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chu Luyue asked apologetically. Mr. Zhuo Rong, did I do something wrong? Zhuo Rong coughed. It's nothing. They just have their own things to do. You don't have to worry about them. Just focus on refining medicine. Chu Luyue wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything and continued polishing the white elephant shell. After a while, she finally grinded it into powder. She wiped her sweat and took out a second white elephant shell to start polishing. Finally, the other teacher could not stand it any longer and left after apologizing to Zhuo Rong. Zhuo Rong looked at Chu Luyue in confusion. Could it be that he was wrong? Chu Luyue's talent was actually not as outstanding as he had expected? But if that was the case, how did she directly resolve the difficulties Cui Yao and Cui Yao had placed her in? Zhuo Rong stared at Chu Luyue and pondered for a long time. A vague idea appeared in his mind. Could it be that Chu Luyue was deliberately hiding her talent? But why? Many people dreamed of having the talent of a celestial physician. With such potential, anyone would be eager to show it to others. Only Chu Luiyue was a little strange. Zhuo Rong thought for a while. He didn't want to deliberately expose it, so he found an excuse and left. In the end, only Chu Luiyue was left in the room. She exhaled softly. She didn't want these people to notice anything, so she deliberately pretended that she was not good at anything. It didn't matter if she was despised by them. The most important thing was to refine the medicine well. Zhuo Rong seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't pursue the matter. Chu Luiyue closed the door and windows properly before focusing her attention on the pile of herbs. Now, there wasn't much time left. Sun Hu asked around in the school and confirmed that Gu Mingfeng hadn't come to school for the past 2 days. He specially asked a teacher for leave and went out to look for Gu Mingfeng. Of course, he wouldn't be able to find him so quickly by himself. Fortunately, Sun Hu had a group of friends in the imperial capital. As long as he shouted, someone would immediately help him. After running around for half a day, he finally found Gu Mingfeng in a dilapidated house in the evening. But when he saw Gu Mingfeng, Sun Hu was shocked. His face and body were covered in injuries. "What happened to you? Who hit you?" Sun Hu was furious. "We'll take revenge for you." Gu Mingfeng dodged as if he didn't want others to see him in such a sorry state. However, when he heard Sun Hu's words, he paused. In the end, he calmly revealed his injury. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Thank you. But you're not his match, so forget it." Sun Hu glared at him. "What do you mean forget it? Even if I'm not his match, there's still Lu Yu and Hong Yu. They asked me to look for you. If they see you like this, they won't let it go so easily." Gu Mingfeng's heart skipped a beat. "They asked you to come?" "Yes. You should know that Lu Yu is back safely. We plan to celebrate at Phoenix Restaurant today, but you and Zhongshu can't go. Lu Yu and Hong Yu went to look after Zhongshu, and they asked me to come out and find you." Gu Mingfeng's throat seemed to be blocked by something. It took him a while to find his voice. "It's the Gu family." Sun Hu's voice suddenly rose. "The Gu family? Why did they do this to you? Didn't you already?" Gu Mingfeng didn't say anything. Because he was chased out of the Gu family, many people came to find trouble with him. Over the years, many people in the Gu family didn't like him. If they could make him suffer now, it would be a great achievement for Gu Yunfei. Who wouldn't do it? He wanted to return to school after his injuries recovered, but he didn't expect Sun Hu to come looking for him. Sun Hu patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, "Don't worry. Don't worry, we are friends who have gone through life and death together. We definitely won't ignore you. Let's go back first. Lu Yu and Hong Yu are still waiting for us." Gu Mingfeng didn't know what he was feeling. After hesitating for a long time, he finally nodded. "Okay. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network." Chapter 172. After Zhuo Rong and the rest left, Chu Liuyue's actions became much faster. She stretched out her hand and with a thought, a red flame suddenly appeared in her fair palm. That small cluster of flame was as agile as a spirit. Although it was weak, it was filled with vitality. Chu Liuyue's eyes widened slightly. This was the first time she summoned her own force after officially becoming a rank 1 warrior. If it was a normal rank 1 warrior, it would be impossible to draw the force out of their body at this stage. Only those who had broken through to rank 4 could do it. But a celestial physician was different. A celestial physician used force to refine medicine. Chu Luiyue was only a rank 1 warrior now, so the force she could summon was just a small cluster. Although it was not enough to refine medicine, it was much better than using the big pot to refine medicine. Chu Luiyue found a square cauldron for refining medicine and placed her hand on the cauldron's handle, injecting the flame into it. This square cauldron for refining medicine was given by second Master Yen. When Chu Luiyue was checking the gift, she took a fancy to it and thought that she was lacking one, so she brought it to the academy. Hua! That small spark fell into the square cauldron and instantly burned fiercely. Chu Luiyue's eyes lit up. This square cauldron was really good stuff. Previously she only felt that the material of this square cauldron was good, but she didn't expect the effect to be so unexpected. Using this square cauldron to refine medicine could save her a lot of energy. With such a convenient thing, Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to put the herbs in one by one. When the second white elephant shell fell into it, it was immediately engulfed by the red flame. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a handful of powder. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment. A celestial physician used force to refine medicine and her speed was naturally incomparable to ordinary people, but wasn't this too fast? Did her force have such a strong effect on herbs? Chu Luiyue suddenly realized something. She pursed her lips and tried to put in the second herb. It was 100-year-old heaven-guard ginseng. It was as long as a person's forearm, and several vines were tightly wrapped around it. It was cold to the touch, and its texture was hard. The most useful part of this heaven-guard ginseng was the vine in the middle. However, if one wanted to fully utilize its medicinal properties, they would have to squeeze out its juice, which would take a lot of effort. Chu Luiyue carefully controlled the flame, and the tongue of the flame gently licked the heaven-guard ginseng. The tendrils on the outside quickly withered, and a drop of yellowish-brown medicinal juice appeared in the square cauldron. Chu Luiyue stared blankly, not daring to believe it for a moment. This refining speed was almost comparable to a third-grade celestial physician. Generally speaking, the stronger a celestial physician was, the faster the efficiency of refining medicine would be. She was prepared to fight a long battle, but she never thought that her speed would be so fast. Most importantly, the concoction that was refined was extremely clear and clean, extremely pure. In this way, it would save her a lot of effort and the effect of the medicine would be even better. Chu Luiyue stared at it for a while, still feeling a little incredulous. In her previous life, she had a rare Tianjing Yuan meridian. Whether it was as a martial artist, a Xian master, or a celestial physician, she had all the advantages. The force nourished by the Tianjing Yuan meridian was naturally incomparable to ordinary people in terms of refining medicine. But now, she clearly only had a Daijing Yuan meridian, and it was not much worse than her previous Tianjing Yuan meridian. There was definitely a problem. Chu Luiyue had seen a celestial physician with a Daijing Yuan meridian before. Even if they had cultivated for many years, they were naturally limited by force and could not catch up to the Tianjing Yuan meridian. But now, Chu Luiyue almost wanted to check again if she had a Daijing Yuan meridian. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It was impossible for her to remember something like this wrongly. This body, after reconstructing the Yuan meridian, was indeed a Daijing Yuan meridian. But, the force nourished by this Yuan meridian, was indeed comparable to the Tianjing Yuan meridian. Chu Luiyue's heart beat wildly. Her Yuan meridian would perhaps become her greatest reliance. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. When she opened her eyes again, the shock and suspicion in her eyes had all faded away, and she had regained her usual calmness. But no one knew what kind of storm the surging undercurrent under the calmness would stir up in the future. Chu Luiyue began to methodically put in the remaining medicinal herbs. Time passed by slowly. When night fell, the various medicinal herbs that had been piled up like a small mountain in the room had all been processed by Chu Luiyue. Flames burned in the square cauldron, and the various medicinal herbs merged into a ball of dark green liquid that quietly floated in the air. A strong medicinal fragrance permeated the air. "Lu Yu. I'm back." Mu Hongyu's voice came from outside the door. Chu Luiyue poured another ball of flames into the square cauldron before walking over to open the door. "Lu Yu, your guess is so accurate. That Ji Yurong actually. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. Mu Hongyu's face was filled with excitement, but before she could finish her sentence, her attention was attracted by the medicinal fragrance. She looked over and saw that there was a square cauldron in the middle of the room, and there was a red flame burning in it. Her eyes widened in shock. Damn! Lu Yu, you're actually refining medicine. Chu Luyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he pulled her into the room, closed the door, and said, "Didn't I tell you that I was going to Heaven Medicine Pavilion? You didn't say that you could actually refine medicine like this." Mu Hongyu walked over in amazement. Such a fierce flame. Didn't you say that you were only a stage 1 warrior? How did you have such an abundant amount of force to refine medicine? Although she wasn't a celestial physician, she knew that celestial physicians would use force to transform into flames when refining medicine. She knew that she didn't have this ability, so she couldn't be a celestial physician. However, Chu Luyue. This wasn't something that a stage 1 warrior could do. Seeing Mu Hongyu like this, Chu Luyue could only secretly rejoice that she came back late and didn't see the medicinal herbs piled up in the room. Otherwise, she would probably tear the roof off the house. Didn't you say that you found something just now? How's that, Ji Yurong? Chu Luyue changed the topic without batting an eyelid. Mu Hongyu then returned to her senses and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Let me tell you, that Ji Yurong is indeed problematic. I originally planned to follow him today to see if there was anything strange about him, but he was very cautious. He cultivated diligently the whole day and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. After that, I asked some people in the academy who were closer to him, and guess what? He likes Chu Xianmin." Hearing this name, Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows. "Although he never told anyone, I heard that he had a hangover on the day Chu Xianmin married the crown prince. This Ji Yurong is usually an especially honest and introverted person and has always been well behaved. Why did he do such a thing on that day?" Chu Luyue glanced at the medicine in the square cauldron and asked, "What's the relationship between the two of them?" "This. I find this very strange too. There's almost no interaction between the two of them. You know that Chu Xianmin and I don't like each other, but I've never seen Ji Yurong speak up for her. If I didn't find out about his hangover, I really wouldn't have known that he was interested in Chu Xianmin." Chapter 173. In the past, Chu Xianmin was pretty, had a noble background, and was talented. She was the most famous lady in the imperial city. It was not surprising that Ji Yurong liked her. However, whether this incident had anything to do with Chu Xianmin still needed to be investigated. Don't act rashly. Let's secretly investigate Chu Xianmin first. Mu Hongyu threw herself into a chair at the side and rested her chin on one hand. "Sigh, this is a little difficult. You know that Chu Xianmin doesn't live in the academy now. After she married into the crown prince mansion, she went back every day. Under such circumstances, it will take a lot of effort to investigate her. The crown prince mansion was heavily guarded. Even if she had the ability, she would not be able to barge in." Chu Luyue thought for a while. "There's no hurry. Many people know that I went to the heavenly pharmacy to get medicine today. In addition, Mr. Zhuorong and the rest came here this afternoon. News will definitely spread. The person who poisoned me must be paying attention to the academy's movements. He definitely knows about this. I was wondering." Mu Hongyu clapped her hands and said excitedly, "When I came back today, I heard that you were back. When I came back today, I heard a lot of people talking about you. They even mentioned Zhuorong Laosher. So, you did it on purpose. Are you trying to lure the snake out of its hole?" A dark light flashed across Chu Luyue's eyes. "The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. The disparity is huge. Since this is the case, why don't we take the initiative to attack? If the other party knows about this, they will definitely not sit back and do nothing. As long as they make a move, we will be able to find the culprit. Mu Hongyu looked at Chu Luyue from head to toe in surprise. Tisk, Luyue, it's no wonder you can teach those people from the Chu family a lesson. You're such an old schemer. Whoever goes up against you is really unlucky. Chu Luyue's eyes twitched. Cunning. Mu Hongyu, do you know how to talk? I won't attack unless I'm attacked. She would not take the initiative to provoke anyone, but if anyone wanted to bully her, she would not be polite. Mu Hongyu nodded frantically in agreement, but then curled her lips. Humph, let me tell you. That Chu Xianmin is very difficult to deal with. Although you've already taught her a lesson last time, she hasn't been obedient for long and she's already causing trouble again. You don't know this, but when everyone thought that when everyone thought that you were doing something, Chu Xianmin actually ran to the teacher and told him that she wanted to replace your status as the top warrior and visit the Tianling dynasty's envoy. Previously, she had been immersed in grief, so she didn't know what had happened in the academy. Today, she went out to ask around and found out. However, Chu Luyue wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Mu Hongyu asked in disbelief. You're not angry? That's the kind of person she is. I'd be surprised if she didn't do that. Chu Xianmin's current situation was so difficult. Of course, she had to think of a way to stand out. Even if this path didn't work, she would find another way. Mu Hongyu suddenly thought of something. She clasped her hands together and looked at Chu Luyue pleadingly. That's true. Luyu, when you meet the Tianling dynasty's envoy, can you do me a favor? What's the matter? Mu Hongyu's face was tainted with a tinge of worry. My father sent a letter a few days ago saying that my mother's health hasn't been good recently. He heard that the Tianling dynasty's envoy is coming, so he wants me to beg them to see if they have a way to cure my mother. But where would I get the chance now? So, can you please? Chu Luyue paused in his actions. You seem to admire the Tianling dynasty a lot, right? They're just an envoy. Don't you think it's a little unrealistic to pin all your hopes on them? Mu Hongyu widened her eyes. Luyu, that's the Tianling dynasty. It's a legendary existence. If even they can't do anything, then we can't do anything. Sai, do you know the Tianling dynasty's heavenly princess? Chu Luyue suddenly felt a little awkward. Seeing her expression, Mu Hongyu thought that she had never heard of her before, so she kindly added, Sai, actually, it's normal that you don't know. The Tianling dynasty has always been very mysterious. I've only heard a little about it from my father. Their heavenly princess is rumored to have a Tianjing Yuan meridian. She was born to be a top genius. Moreover, she was already a 5th-grade celestial physician when she was 10 years old. You have to know that there have only been a handful of celestial physicians in country Yaochen for so many years. And those who have reached 5th grade are even rarer. Think about it, she's so amazing. Chu Luyue coughed and touched her nose. Sai, we can't be envious of this kind of person, but there's no need to be envious. That heavenly princess was good at everything, but in the end, didn't she die from chi deviation? At that time, she wasn't even 20 years old. Mu Hongyu sighed. Chu Luyue was suddenly stunned. Chi deviation. Chi deviation? She suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and asked, logically speaking, such a genius cultivation path should have been very smooth. How did she? Chi deviation? Mu Hongyu shrugged. How can this be confirmed? Anyway, that's what the rumors say. Otherwise, why would she die so suddenly? I heard that her fiancé was heartbroken. Chu Luyue's heart suddenly thumped violently. Her mind was blank. She only stiffened and asked, he. That's what the rumors say? Yes. But I don't know anything more than that. Who knows what happened thousands of miles away? Sigh, Luyu, you don't look too good. What's wrong? Chu Luyue came back to her senses and shook her head. I'm fine. It's just that I've been refining medicine for too long and I'm a little tired. Mu Hongyu was a little worried. Then can you still hold on? I'll stay here with you. Chu Luyue shook her head. No need. Go back and rest today. You have to continue investigating Ji Yurong tomorrow. Then. Okay. Mu Hongyu was also exhausted from running around all day. After hearing Chu Luyue's words, she got up and left. When her figure disappeared outside the door, Chu Luyue finally slowly let go of her hand. Because she used too much strength, her palm was already stained with blood. Just now, she almost couldn't control the crazy burning anger in her heart. Dying from qi deviation? Heartbroken? Those people are really capable of doing anything. These debts. She will pay them back 100 times. Digression, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 174. Night, Prince Li's mansion, study room. Rong Xiao stood in front of the bookshelf with his hands behind his back. He was carefully selecting books. Move all the books on the top 2 floors. Also, bring along the few biographies that this prince often reads. Umo responded and carefully put away the books one by one. Yan Qing looked at his master hesitantly. Master, are you really going to stay at Tianlu Academy? Rong Xiao glanced at him. Why? Is there a problem? I don't dare. It's just that, there are too many people at Tianlu Academy. I'm afraid it won't be as convenient as before. Yan Qing did not expect his master to decide to go to Tianlu Academy after going to the palace. He was really caught off guard. Umo secretly gave him a look. Are you stupid? Others might not know why master is going to Tianlu Academy, but you should know better. Yan Qing felt a headache coming on. Ever since his master came back from Wanling Mountain a few days ago covered in blood and sat in the study room for an entire night, he knew his master would take action. However, he did not expect his master to take such drastic measures. Umo shook his head. How could they stop their master from doing anything he wanted? Yan Qing sighed heavily in his heart. What do you want to say? Just say it, Rong Xiao suddenly said. Yan Qing knew he could not hide his thoughts from his master, so he spoke bluntly. Master, if you're worried about Miss Luyu, you can send more people to protect her secretly. Why do you have to do it yourself? The crown prince is under house arrest now, and the third prince is still in the imperial capital and has not returned to the Northwest Army. This is a critical time. It's really dangerous for you to suddenly make such a big move. Rong Xiao looked at him quietly. Anything else? Yan Qing hesitated and shook his head. He was mainly worried about his master's safety. Although he knew his master was powerful, it was not his master's style to put himself in danger. Since you're done, help Umo pack. Mistress. Yan Qing still wanted to fight for it, but when she saw Rong Xiao's expression, she knew it was useless to say anything, so she had to agree. Yes. Rong Xiao knocked on the table. She went to Heaven's Medicine Pavilion today. Why is there no movement from Yan Gu? Umo hurriedly said, Master, Yan Gu said that he did not receive any news from Miss Luyu. Thinking about it, it must be Miss Luyu who went to the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. Rong Xiao replied with a faint, Do you know what she wants those herbs for? The two of them looked at each other. This. I'm not too sure. Rong Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Previously, the Precious Treasure Pavilion had sent many gifts, which included many precious medicinal herbs. Chu Luyue knew that if she wanted it, it would be more convenient for her to go to Zhenbao. But she had purposely gone to the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. You really don't know? Umo coughed. As expected, he could not hide it from his master. But this matter, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to say, I heard that Miss Lu Yu went to the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion to help a classmate recuperate. Rong Xiao leaned against the chair and crossed his fingers. His posture was lazy, but there was an indescribable sense of oppression. Oh? What kind of classmate? Umo closed his eyes and faced death calmly. His name is Liao Zhongshu. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Rong Xiao's thin lips curved slightly. So it's a male classmate. The next morning, Chu Luyue finally finished brewing the medicine. She placed it in a sealed jade box and planned to send it to Liao Zhongshu. But just as she reached the door, she saw Mu Hongyu running over excitedly. Lu Yu. Big news. Chu Luyue could not help but laugh. What kind of big news can make you so excited? Could it be that you have found some evidence? Mu Hongyu's face fell. No, it's not that easy. But she quickly cheered up again, and her eyes lit up. Did you know? Prince Li came to Tianlu Academy today. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. Why is he here? Did he pass the exam and get in? Mu Hongyu did not notice that Chu Luyue sounded familiar when she mentioned Prince Li. She thought that Chu Luyue was just curious, so she chuckled. How is that possible? Prince Li is weak and sickly. Why would he take the exam? I heard that he came here to pay respects to his mother, Consort Wan. Consort Wan was a teacher at Tianlu Academy for a period of time, and she was not buried in the imperial mausoleum. That's why Prince Li came here. Chu Luyue was a little surprised. Is this appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? The Dean and His Majesty must have agreed to this. That's why Prince Li came. You don't know, but Consort Wan only doted on the imperial harem back then. Now that Prince Li wants to remember her, His Majesty naturally agreed. The Dean and Consort Wan seemed to have a good relationship back then. At this moment, Old Sun had already brought Prince Li into the academy. If not for the fact that we don't dare to openly join in the fun, we would have gone to take a look. Chu Luyue's eyebrows twitched. What's there to see? How is it not nice? It's rumored in the imperial city that Prince Li was born with first-class looks. Who knew how many women wanted to take a look at it? Hey, Lu Yu, I remember that you and Prince Li both went to the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. You should have seen him, right? Quick, tell me. Is he as gentle as jade and unparalleled in the world as the rumors say? Chu Luyue suddenly had the urge to facepalm. However, a devilish face appeared in her mind. She coughed. Just like that. Mu Hongyu was not satisfied with this answer. She clicked her tongue. I heard that Prince Li stepped forward to help you that day when Fourth Princess made things difficult for you. Don't tell me, you didn't have any thoughts? Chu Luyue immediately said, how is that possible? Before she finished speaking, she saw a familiar tall figure out of the corner of her eye. Her words were suddenly stuck in her throat. Mu Hongyu asked curiously, really? Of course it's true. Suddenly, a low and cold voice came from behind her. The tone was gentle, but there was a hint of laziness in it, like the spring water disturbed by the wind. After all, in Miss Lu Yu's eyes, I'm just like that. Isn't that right, Ms. Luyue? Chapter 175. That person was dressed in a white robe that was spotless. His facial features were meticulously sculpted by the heavens. His eyes, in particular, were as deep and quiet as the starry night. They were pure and clean, but they also carried a hint of mystery. His thin, scarlet lips curled up slightly. His originally gentle, noble, and calm temperament had an additional hint of flirtatiousness. His gaze landed on Chu Luyue, and his lips curled into a casual smile. Mu Hongyu was stunned for a moment before she finally reacted. Her eyes widened. Prince Li. Rong Xiao nodded slightly. Princess Yongping. Ever since Mu Hongyu came to the imperial capital and entered Tianlu Academy, she had been very low-key and rarely mentioned her identity. She had not heard the title, Princess Yongping, in a long time. Now that Rong Xiao mentioned it, she could not help but be stunned again. You know me? Rong Xiao smiled faintly. I've heard Miss Lu Yu mention you before. Now that I've met you, Princess Yongping, you are indeed straightforward and generous. You have the style of the Prince of Pingjiang. Mu Hongyu's mood instantly improved upon hearing this. She admired her father the most. When others praised him, she was even happier than when others praised her. She asked curiously, Prince Li has met my father before? Although I haven't had the chance to meet him, I've long heard of his great name. Mu Hongyu thought about it and agreed. Prince Li's health had been poor since he was young. He was sent to Mingyue Tianshan to recuperate. He had not even returned to the imperial capital a few times. How could he have gone so far to meet her father? However, it seemed like he had good taste. Mu Hongyu happily pulled Chu Luyue's sleeve and said softly. Lu Yu, your standards have also improved, right? I think Prince Li is quite good. Chu Luyue looked at her speechlessly. He really did not know when Mu Hongyu's brainless personality would change. She was bought over with just one sentence. In the future, she might even help others count the money when she was sold. Hey, he said you mentioned me in front of him. Are you close to him? Mu Hongyu suddenly thought of something and looked at Chu Luyue with a subtle gaze. You just said, His Highness has helped me a few times before. When I went to thank him, His Highness asked a few more questions about the academy, so I mentioned you. Chu Luyue said with a straight face. Who doesn't know how to lie? Since he deliberately exposed her, she didn't need to be polite. Mu Hongyu suddenly understood. No wonder. He must have wanted to come to the academy at that time. That's why he asked you those questions, right? The corners of Chu Luyue's eyes twitched. Rong Xiao calmly looked at the jade box in Chu Luyue's hand. Looks like you're busy. I won't disturb you any longer. Chu Luyue curtsied. Take care, Your Highness. Rong Xiao quietly glanced at her, then turned and left with Elder Sunday. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but rub her arms. Lu Yu, why do I suddenly feel a little cold? Chu Luyue coughed. Let's go. The medicine will turn cold if we stay any longer. The two quickly arrived at Liao Zhongshu's residence. Mu Hongyu stepped forward and was just about to knock when the door opened. Ji Yurong was standing inside. He had his usual gentle and harmless smile on his face. Zhongshu said that you would come today, so I've been waiting for you. Come in. Chu Luyue sized him up. Compared to the day before, he looked much more natural, as if there was nothing wrong with him. But this only proved that there was something wrong with him. Yesterday, Mu Hongyu secretly investigated him and didn't completely seal off the news. If he asked around, he would definitely find out. But today, he didn't seem to be acting strangely. He was clearly trying to hide something. Mu Hongyu said with a faint smile. Oh, isn't this embarrassing? It must have been hard on you to take care of him these few days, right? We're just here to see him. Just go about your business. Ji Yurong's expression froze for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. We're all friends, and we live together. This is what I should do. Then, you can go up first. I'll make tea for you later. I didn't manage to serve you well when you came yesterday. You're so free today. Mu Hongyu crossed her arms. I remember that you originally had classes today, right? A hint of panic flashed across Ji Yurong's eyes. Oh, I took leave today. I used up my cultivation time in Jiuyo Tower, and I was planning to do some missions today. Mu Hongyu didn't comment. This is important. We won't hold you up. She was clearly asking him to leave. Ji Yurong was a little hesitant. Actually, it's not that urgent. I'm afraid that Zhongshu will, the two of us are here. Are you worried that we won't be able to take care of him? No. Then, I'll take my leave first. Please go ahead. Ji Yurong knew that continuing would only make things worse. He could only leave unwillingly. After his figure disappeared, Mu Hongyu pursed her lips. Can't you think of something else if you want to spy on us? Chu Luyue didn't say anything. He turned around and went upstairs. Liao Zhongshu's complexion looked worse than the day before, and he was even more dispirited. Mu Hongyu was shocked. Did he poison you again? Liao Zhongshu shook his head with difficulty. Ever since you told me yesterday, I haven't touched the things he sent over. Chu Luyue checked his soup bowl. It was indeed clean. The red blood goose poison is very strong. Even if you don't poison it, the poison will get worse. In the later stages, it will be defeated like a landslide. As Chu Luyue spoke, he took out the medicine from the jade box. A strong medicinal fragrance spread out. Mu Hongyu took a deep breath and immediately felt comfortable. Chu Luyue handed it to Liao Zhongshu. This medicine can only help you suppress the poison for now. As for the antidote, we'll think of something else. Liao Zhongshu didn't say anything. He took the medicine and drank it in one gulp. You trust us, Chu Luyue said. A weak but sincere smile appeared on Liao Zhongshu's pale face. In my current state, who else can I trust if not you? They were friends who had gone through life and death together. Besides, this was his only choice. Rest first. Hongyu and I will go and check again. Liao Zhongshu nodded. Sorry to trouble you. I really don't know how to repay this friendship. Lu Yu. Hongyu. We're back. Before Liao Zhongshu could finish speaking, Tsinhu's voice came from downstairs. Chu Luyue let Liao Zhongshu rest alone and walked out with Mu Hongyu. When they reached the first floor, they saw Tsinhu and Gu Mingfeng. Gu Mingfeng's face was injured. It looked like he had been through a lot in the past 2 days. Mu Hongyu was shocked and quickly walked forward. Mingfeng, what happened to you? Gu Mingfeng looked down. It's just a small injury. How is this a small injury? It was obvious that he had been beaten to death. Gu Mingfeng didn't say anything. He clearly didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to meet Chu Luyue and Tsinhu with such a face, but Tsinhu dragged him along. Chu Luyue only took one look before she retracted her gaze and asked in understanding. Was it done by someone from the Gu family? A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 176. Gu Mingfeng didn't say anything, but his silence was a confirmation. Why did the Gu family treat you so harshly? Mu Hongyu was shocked. No matter what, Gu Mingfeng was still a member of the Gu family. Why did they do this? Although she knew that Gu Mingfeng wasn't well liked in the Gu family and was treated very differently from Gu Mingzhu, it was too much to chase him out and treat him like this. She really didn't understand why Gu Yunfei hated Gu Mingfeng so much, even though they were both his children. Gu Mingfeng calmly said, "They just can't stand me. I'm already used to it." Chu Luyue stared at him for a while. After confirming that there was no sadness in his eyes, she couldn't help but laugh. It's better to leave a family like this than to stay. It's a good thing to cut your losses in time. When Liao Zhongshu gets better, let's go to Phoenix Restaurant to celebrate. Gu Mingfeng didn't expect Chu Luyue to be so straightforward, but her expression was very sincere. That's right. She cut ties with the family before me. Although Chu Luyue cut ties with the family and I was chased out, the outcome was similar. Gu Mingfeng suddenly felt relieved, and he inexplicably felt much more relaxed. He exhaled. Emichem, Tsun Hu asked, "Oh, right. What did you say about Zhongshu?" He had been outside for a day and night, so he didn't know what had happened in the academy. Chu Luyue calmly scanned the surroundings. It's hard to explain in a few sentences. I'll tell you in detail when we have time. Tsun Hu, go back with Gu Mingfeng to recuperate first. If there's any news, Hong Yu and I will immediately inform you. Tsun Hu didn't suspect anything and readily agreed. Gu Mingfeng frowned but didn't say anything. Look, that's where your mother lived back then. Elder son walked with Rong Xiu while introducing the academy. Rong Xiu followed his gaze and saw a river meandering past. At the foot of the mountain where the river flowed, there was a quiet courtyard. The place where she lives is slightly to the side where the Xian master students live. She likes peace and quiet, and the students respect and like her, so although they are very close to her, they rarely disturb her. As elder son spoke, he thought of that gentle and generous woman. Oh right, you should know that your mother is a mystic cultivator. She also teaches mystic cultivators here, right? Rong Xiu nodded. Father mentioned it before. Elder son shook his head and sighed. Your mother is extremely talented as a mystic cultivator. If she had a few more years, it would not be impossible for her to become a top-notch mystic cultivator. Unfortunately, she passed away after staying here for 2 years. Even Rong Xiu, who was sent to Mingyue Tianshan not long after he was born, had only seen her a few times. As they spoke, the two of them arrived in front of the courtyard. Above the door hung a peach-wood sign with a few small words engraved on it. Yifeng Courtyard. This signboard was personally carved by her. Elder son looked at Rong Xiu. No one has been here for many years. When I heard that you were coming, I originally wanted to send someone to clean it up, but after thinking about it, these are her old belongings, so I'll leave everything to you. Thank you for your understanding, Elder Sunday, it's a small matter, no need to thank me. Then, this old man will take his leave first. Take care, Elder Sunday. After Elder Sun left, Rong Xiu pushed open the door and entered. Yifeng Courtyard was not big, but everything was exquisite and elegant. One could see the taste of the people who lived here back then. The courtyard did not have flowers and plants like ordinary people. Instead, there was a peach tree with luxuriant leaves. There was a rattan chair under the peach tree, and a tea set was placed on the limestone slab next to it. Rong Xiu waved his sleeve, sweeping off the dust on the rattan chair and lying down. The rattan chair creaked as no one sat on it for a long time. Rong Xiu closed his eyes. A gentle breeze blew past, sweeping up the corners of his snow-white clothes. A few green leaves drifted down and scattered on his face and body. In particular, a small thin leaf was pressed against his thin scarlet lips. The two colors complemented each other, as beautiful as a painting. Chu Luyue saw this scene when she walked across the Shuangqing River Bridge. She and Mu Hongyu had split up and planned to come back to get something first. Before she walked back to her residence, her eyes were attracted by the scenery. Yifeng Courtyard was not very far from the bridge, so Chu Luyue could see it very clearly. She blinked. She had noticed that courtyard before. No one had ever gone there, so it was very quiet. Was that the place where Rong Xiu's mother lived when she was alive? Her eyes swept across Rong Xiu's face. Under the sunlight, his skin was like jade, even a little translucent. His eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, his nose was high, and the lines of his cheeks were smooth. There was no part of him that was not the best. Such a person was simply blessed by the heavens to be able to have such an appearance and charm. Chu Luyue suddenly remembered her previous evaluation of him. Just like that. She suddenly felt a little guilty. If this didn't count as anything, then no one in this world was qualified to say that it was good-looking. As if sensing her gaze, Rongxiu's eyelashes trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. The two of them looked at each other. He seemed to have taken a nap under the tree for a while. His eyes still had a bit of laziness and confusion, but his eyes were clear and pure. Chu Luiyue seemed to have been caught red-handed doing something wrong, so she subconsciously looked away. But as soon as she turned her head, she regretted it. Didn't this make it seem like there was something wrong with her? She didn't feel anything when the two of them were together day and night. Why did she feel that something was wrong with him now? If she left now, she might be laughed at by Rongxiu for running away. Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth and looked back again. She wanted to use her eyes to kill him. Look! What's wrong with looking? He was lying here. Anyone who passed by would be able to see him, right? There was nothing wrong with her taking a look. Suddenly, a few women's voices came from behind. Wait, that's His Highness Prince Li? It seems like it. Just like the rumors, his appearance and bearing are unparalleled. He seems to live there. It's not far from us. Shoo. Lower your voice. Aren't you afraid of being heard? Can't you be more reserved? Even if she didn't look back to see who it wasn't hard to imagine the admiration and excitement of these people. Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a little irritable. This guy isn't lying there on purpose, is he? His Highness Prince Li doesn't mind being looked at by so many passers-by? Thinking of this, her eyes unconsciously carried some annoyance. Rongxiu looked at her. Suddenly, his thin lips opened slightly, sucking on the thin leaf. Digression, yesterday, I couldn't sleep until 3:00. At 3:00 in the afternoon, I'll update 3 chapters. Not 3 chapters of the 3rd chapter, but 3 chapters of the 3rd chapter. When I say 10 chapters, I'll find a new one. Chapter 177. From Chu Luiyue's angle, she could clearly see the tip of his tongue sticking out slightly as he sucked the leaf into his mouth. His actions were so ambiguous, but his eyes were still pure and clean. It was as if he did not feel that what he was doing was so full. Chu Luiyue's face suddenly heated up. Too much. Too much. Not only did he secretly climb into her bed in the middle of the night, but he actually dared to seduce her in public now. Not only did he seduce her, but there were other people behind him. Chu Luiyue instinctively looked back and realized that the girls who had spoken earlier did not see what Rongxiu was doing, probably because they were in a more secluded position. For some reason, she suddenly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, but her chest still felt as if it was blocked by something. She pursed her lips and decisively looked away as she walked back to her room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. As Rongxiu watched, the corners of his eyes suddenly turned into a smile. Was he angry? Chu Luiyue returned to her room to look for something, but the scene just now still lingered in her mind. She felt an inexplicable frustration in her heart that even she could not explain. She simply went up to the 2nd floor to calm herself down. However, as soon as she opened the window, she saw Rongxiu again. His room was not far from hers, so she could actually see him from the 2nd floor. Chu Luiyue felt even more frustrated, so she could only close the window. Rongxiu's arrival at Tianlu Academy was too sudden and unexpected. Previously, he had claimed to be sick and stayed in Prince Li's mansion. He did not even go out, and he had tactfully rejected all the visits from various families. Everyone in the imperial city knew that Prince Li was frail and sickly. He could not be exposed to the wind and even rarely saw people. He clearly had his own reasons for doing so. However, why did he come to the academy now? Wasn't he putting himself out in the open? Chu Luiyue faintly had a guess in her heart, but she did not dare to believe it. Rong Xiao could not be doing this for her shoulders sank, and a furry thing jumped onto her. Chu Luyue glanced at it. "You're awake?" The little thing stretched and nodded with a satisfied expression. Chu Luyue could not help but laugh as she pinched its ears. "You can really sleep." After returning from Wan Spirit Mountain, this little thing had fallen into a deep sleep for 2 days and nights. Chu Luyue picked it up and checked it carefully. She was a little surprised. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Although it had not been seriously injured, there were a few scars on its body. In just 2 days, the scars, the wounds, and the scars. They were not scabs, but they were completely healed. It was as if it had never been hurt. It says Liu as its black was the black. The little thing blinked. "I don't remember the Blood Marten race having such a strong recovery ability." Chu Liu's, in her previous life, she had seen some noble ladies raise blood ferrets, but they were all pets. Because they were very weak, they were usually carefully protected. But this one, since you're following me, I have to give you a name. How about Xiao Chang? The little thing instantly bared its teeth and waved its claws frantically. No. It still wanted to come out and make a living. Chu Luyue looked at it and added seriously, "Look, you're so resistant. This name is the most suitable, right?" "No." The little thing rolled its eyes and pretended to be dead. Chu Luyue shook it. "Since you don't like it, we'll change it. How about Dumpling?" The little thing's legs straightened, and it closed its eyes, refusing to wake up and face this terrible world. "Since you've agreed, we'll settle on this." The little thing opened its eyes instantly. Chu Luyue pressed its head. "It's too late." Dumpling shut its mouth, feeling wronged. "Forget it. With such a master, what else can I hope for?" Chu Luyue looked at it, and a hint of doubt flashed in her heart. Blood ferrets were only third-grade fiends. Logically speaking, their intelligence was only equivalent to a 1-year-old child. But this one was obviously much smarter. There were a lot of mysteries about it. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door downstairs. Chu Luyue went downstairs and opened the door in confusion. It was Si Yang, whom she had not seen for a long time. "Si Yang? Why are you here?" When Si Yang saw her, he hurriedly went forward and looked at her carefully. "Luyu, are you really okay? You're too powerful." He couldn't believe it when he heard the news. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was even more shocked. They knew how dangerous Wanling Mountain was at that time. Chu Luyue actually came back alive alone. "Actually, I wanted to come yesterday, but something came up at the last minute at home, so I was late." Chu Luyue didn't mind and smiled. "I'm fine." Si Yang looked at Dumpling on her shoulder and was a little surprised. "Isn't this a blood ferret?" "You. When did you have this with you?" "I met it by chance at Wanling Mountain and brought it back because I liked it." "What? You kept it?" "Lu Yu, although this blood ferret is cute, it's very weak in combat. It's quite troublesome to bring it around." Dumpling opened its eyes before Si Yang could finish his sentence. Chu Luyue originally thought that it would explode, but she did not expect it to just glance at Si Yang coldly before closing its eyes again. It swept its tail as if it did not care about Si Yang at all. Si Yang's mouth twitched. It was looking down on me?" Chu Luyue nodded in agreement. "It's very obvious." Si Yang suddenly felt a little doubtful. A mere third-grade blood ferret actually looked down on him? Chu Luyue asked, "Why did you ask me to come here today?" Si Yang looked at Dumpling angrily and said, "Yes. You missed class 2 days ago, so Mr. Dongfang asked me to ask you if you want to participate in the Qingjiao competition in half a month." Qingjiao competition? You don't know? It's the Mystic Master competition that's held every year. At that time, the neighboring nation of Huaicang and nation of Xing Luo will also send their youngest geniuses to compete. This Qing Jiao competition is very grand, and the prizes have always been very generous. Do you want to participate in the Mystic Master competition? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 178. Chu Luiyue was not very interested. He was about to reject Si Yang when he thought about it and asked, "What are the rewards?" "What are the rewards?" Si Yang chuckled. "That's amazing. The Qing Jiao competition is organized by the top academies in 3 countries. Other than Tianlu Academy, there's also country Huaicang's Nanfeng Academy and country Xing Luo's Taiyan Academy. It's our turn to be the host this year. According to the rules, other than the usual rewards, the most important thing is that the Xian Master Champion of the Qing Jiao competition can choose one of the 3 academies to read Xian formation drawings for free for a month. Think about it, how big of a deal is this? These 3 academies were the top academies in their respective countries. Which one of them did not have a vast collection of books? To be able to read Xian formation drawings for free for a month was a huge temptation to any Xian master. Chu Luiyue was deep in thought. The rewards are indeed quite generous. Help me tell Mr. Dongfang that I'll participate in the Qing Jiao competition. That's right. Although there are still seniors above us, and it's impossible for us to get first place, you're the top Xian master in our batch. Of course, you have to show up. As Si Yang spoke, he suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Oh, right. Since you're participating in the Xian Master competition, then, are you still going to the warrior competition?" Chu Luiyue could not help but laugh when he saw Si Yang's gossipy expression. "Is there a difference whether I go or not?" "Of course." Si Yang raised his voice. "If you don't go, won't Chu Xianmin stir up trouble again? I see that she's been cultivating diligently recently and is trying her best to get back at her." Chu Luiyue suddenly remembered Mu Hongyu mentioning that Chu Xianmin thought that she was dead and wanted to replace her as the warrior competition's champion. Can one person only participate in one competition? Of course not. If you're willing, you can sign up for 2 or 3 competitions. It's not a problem. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. "Then, I'll think about it." "Aya, what are you thinking about? Don't tell me you still care about the sisterhood of the Chu family?" "She has already married into the Crown Prince's residence and is considered one of the Crown Prince's people." Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat, and he fixed his gaze on him. "What does this have to do with her marrying into the Crown Prince's residence?" This. I was just saying it in passing." Cough cough. Si Yang realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he immediately avoided Chu Luiyue's scrutinizing gaze. Chu Luiyue thought to himself. Everyone knew that she had severed ties with the Chu family, and not long ago, she had exposed Lu Yao in public. Anyone could see that she had completely fallen out with the Chu family. Why would she care about the so-called sisterhood? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. "Si Yang, you don't want to ask about my relationship with Chu Xianmin but my attitude toward the Crown Prince, right? Where do I have it?" Si Yang did not expect Chu Luiyue to guess his question right away. He immediately denied it. However, his voice was trembling, and his gaze was erratic. Anyone could tell that Si Yang was right. Chu Luiyue was not angry. She was just a little curious. "I have nothing to do with the Crown Prince for a long time. Why are you so curious about this?" Si Yang coughed to cover it up. I was just asking. Didn't you like the Crown Prince a lot in the past?" The last sentence was very soft, but Chu Luiyue still heard it clearly. Looking at Si Yang's expression, she suddenly realized something. My feelings for the crown prince don't seem to have anything to do with you, right? But my brother, Si Yang was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized something and hurriedly covered his mouth. Chu Liuyue's expression darkened. I've already told Si Ting before that we are just classmates, and I don't want to have too much contact with him. It seems like he didn't listen. No. I was the one who made the decision to ask. As Si Yang spoke, he suddenly froze. Wait, you said that you've already talked about this? Most importantly, his brother had already been rejected. No wonder. No wonder when he heard that Chu Luyue was back and asked his brother to take a look, his brother's attitude was very cold. So it was because Chu Luyue narrowed her eyes. It seemed that Si Yang had indeed come on his own accord. Let's forget about this. Don't mention it again. With that, Chu Luyue was about to leave. Si Yang hurriedly went forward to stop her and asked awkwardly, why? My brother is sincere to you. Why won't you consider it? Si Ting was handsome, came from a noble family, and was very talented. Many girls in the capital city wanted to win his favor. However, Si Ting had never been interested in any girl. Now, he had finally fallen in love with someone, but he had been rejected so bluntly. Si Yang could not understand. How is my brother not good enough for you? Chu Luyue looked calm. This is not a matter of whether he's good enough for you or not. It's a matter of whether I want you or not. Si Ting was very good, but she did not like him. Therefore, she might as well cut off the relationship from the beginning. Also, Si Ting and I have already reached an agreement. This is already in the past. You don't have to. Why is it in the past? If it is in the past, why did he risk his life to save you at Wanling Mountain that day? Si Yang finally could not help but blurt out. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. Chu Luyue frowned slightly. Si Ting also went to save her that day? I don't know about this. Si Yang turned away. He went with old Master Sun that day. However, when they reached the foot of the mountain, they met Mu Hongyu and the rest first. Old Master Sun then asked him to stay with them. I know that this may not have helped you, but... Since he was willing to make such a choice, it proved that Si Ting was willing to risk his life for her. Chu Luyue suddenly felt that it was a little difficult. She hated owing people favors, especially this kind of thing. However, Si Ting did it to save her, so she could not say anything. I got it. I will find a chance to thank him personally later. As for the rest, forget it. When Si Yang heard this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. He made up his mind. If you don't agree now, you might regret it in the future. I won't regret it. How do you know? When it comes to relationships. Chu Luyue was a little impatient. Because I already have someone I like. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 179. Si Yang was stunned. What did you say? Chu Luyue did not know why she said that, but seeing Si Yang's shocked expression, she decided to go with the flow. I've already made myself very clear. Do you need me to repeat myself? No, who do you like? Si Yang asked instinctively. Who could be more outstanding than Si Ting in the imperial city? Chu Luyue previously said that she liked the crown prince. How long has it been since she fell in love with someone else? You're not lying to me, are you? Who is he? Whoever he is has nothing to do with you. That's my own business. Si Yang, I see you as my friends. That was true in the past and will be true in the future. However, that was all there was to it. Si Yang understood what Chu Luyue meant. He did not want to believe it, but seeing her calm expression and clear eyes, he knew that she was not lying. He was conflicted for a long time and rubbed his face in frustration. All right. I promise that from now on, I won't bother you about this matter anymore. We're still friends in the future. A faint smile then appeared on Chu Liuyue's lips. All right. Si Yang was still a little dejected. I'll make a move first. I'll tell teacher Dongfang about your participation in the Qingjiao competition. With that, he turned and left. If he stayed any longer, he would really annoy her. Chu Luyue raised her voice. Thank you very much. Si Yang did not turn back. He waved his hand and left quickly. Chu Luyue stood at the same spot for a while. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned around. In the distance, Rong Xiao was lying on the rattan chair. His eyes were closed and he seemed to have fallen asleep again. At this distance, he probably did not hear her, right? For some reason, Chu Luyue felt uneasy as she hurriedly retracted her gaze and left. The surroundings became quiet again. The wind blew, and a leaf landed on Rong Xiao's face. He turned his head slightly and opened his eyes. His clear and pure almond-shaped eyes were much deeper now. It was as if there was an undercurrent surging in them, making one confused for no reason. How did this look like he was asleep? He had clearly been awake the whole time. The corners of Rong Xiao's lips slowly lifted into a smile, spreading to the corners of his eyes and brows. Then, he took the leaf out of his mouth and folded it in half. A clear and melodious whistle resounded from afar. Chu Luyue, who had already walked some distance away, suddenly froze when he heard the voice coming from behind him. When Yan Qing brought the things to pack, she felt that her master seemed to be in a very good mood. As he cleaned the courtyard, he raised his head to look at his master from time to time. When the Rong Xiao plucked another leaf and put it to his lips, he finally couldn't help but say, "Master, it turns out that you like to blow the peach leaf whistle so much?" Rong Xiao raised his eyebrows. Is there? Yan Qing, there are so many blown peach leaves on the ground. Do you think I'm blind? Back and forth, you've been bragging for over an hour. You may not be tired, but your subordinate's ears are about to grow calluses. Yan Qing screamed in his heart, but he definitely didn't dare to say it out loud. It doesn't sound good? Yan Qing gave him a thumbs up in awe. It's a masterpiece. Rong Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Actually, it didn't matter if it sounded good or not. It was more important that someone could hear it. Your Highness, the things you brought from the residence have been packed. Do you want to see if there's anything else you need? Rong Xiao pondered for a moment. It's tea. Yan Qing. I'll go get some tea for you now. How could he not be thirsty after blowing for so long? No need. I'll go get some tea later. Yan Qing responded obediently. Then, he looked at the courtyard in the distance and silently mourned for his master for a second. Miss Lu Yu, you must come back soon. Chu Xianmin did not have a good time these 2 days. She originally thought that she could replace Chu Luyue as the top warrior after her death and raise her status in the Crown Prince Mansion and the Chu family. However, Chu Luyue actually came back alive. And he looked fine. Her plan was ruined, and she had to plan everything again. Her current situation was even worse than before. Looking at the letter from her father, Chu Yan, in her hand, Chu Xianmin was in a terrible fix. Mother actually instigated Madame Gu to make a scene at the academy's entrance? What was she thinking? It was fine to find trouble with Chu Luyue, but why did she have to implicate her? If she had written an anonymous letter back then, it wouldn't have been discovered, and there wouldn't have been today's trouble. Now, the Gu family had something on her and said that they wouldn't let it go no matter what. Mrs. Gu had made such a big fool of herself and brought shame to the entire Gu family. They would definitely blame it on Lu Yao, who had written the letter. Lu Yao's life in the Chu family was already difficult, and this made it even worse. Chu Xianmin looked at the letter in her hand. The handwriting on it was messy, and it was obviously written in a hurry. Chu Yan was now seriously injured. How could he save Lu Yao? He could only pin his hopes on her. However, the crown prince knew that Chu Luiyue was still alive and had harshly reprimanded her yesterday. She couldn't even protect herself now, so how could she have the energy to do so? She tore the letter into pieces in frustration and walked out. Because she had good grades when she entered the academy, she lived alone in a small courtyard. She walked to the left wall of the courtyard and searched under the cracks of the tiles for a while. She took out something and quickly returned to the house. It was a metal cylinder thinner than her pinky. She gently twisted it, and the cylinder opened. A note fell out. She opened the note, dipped the brush beside her in water, and drew on it. A line of words appeared faintly. The matter might be exposed. You must be careful. Chu Xianmin was shocked, and the note fell to the ground. When Chu Luiyue returned, night had already fallen. The full moon hung in the sky, bright and clear. She looked around instinctively and found that Rongxiu wasn't in the courtyard far away. She couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. I'm here. A low voice sounded. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and saw Rongxiu standing by the window on the second floor. Why are you here? Chu Luiyue blurted out. Rongxiu looked into the distance, and his expression was a little strange. I'm thirsty, so I came to ask for tea. Chu Luiyue sneered. Your Highness, you are of noble status and have sharp eyes and ears. You don't lack a cup of tea from me. Rongxiu finally looked at her. His eyes seemed to be filled with light, and it was captivating. Yes. The bitterness of the peach leaves can only be cured by your tea. Digression, February, Rongxiu is such a flirtatious man. Lu Yu, that's right. Yan Qing, agreed. Rongxiu, ? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 180. Chu Luiyue inwardly cursed him for being shameless, but her ears were burning. It was a good thing that the night was still dark, so he shouldn't be able to see clearly. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and pretended that nothing had happened as she went upstairs. Your Highness already has a place to rest in the academy, so why come to my place every day? Rongxiu didn't answer, but smiled faintly. Your position is very good. Whatever this prince does, you only need to look at it from here and you will be able to see it clearly. Rather than that, it would be better for this prince to come here personally. Chu Luiyue paused. Your Highness, I chose this place first. If she knew that Rongxiu would also come, and even happen to be in that seat, she wouldn't have chosen this place no matter what. She walked to the cabinet, took out a handful of fragrant ginger slices, and sprinkled them into the teacup. The hot water made the tea, and a bitter and spicy taste quickly spread. She deliberately poured a cup and handed it over. Your Highness, please. Rongxiu glanced at it and smiled. Why is it always this ginger tea that this prince comes here every time? Chu Luiyue said seriously, I don't have any good tea here. If you want to be particular, you can drink it. If you don't want to, there's no need to force yourself. Rongxiu's smile deepened, and he directly took the tea from her hand. The two people's hands touched for a moment. His hand was cold to the touch, and his white and slender fingers gently slid across the back of her hand, causing her to shiver slightly. Chu Luiyue looked up at him, but saw that Rongxiu's expression was normal, as if he didn't realize that something was wrong. His skin was as thick as ever. Chu Luiyue inwardly cursed. You have a medicinal fragrance on you. Were you refining medicine all night yesterday? Rongxiu took a sip of tea, his gaze fixed on her face, and his smile faded. Chu Luiyue slightly widened her eyes. How did your Highness know? Could it be that he came yesterday? That wasn't right. She didn't remember him coming. Rong Xiao raised his chin. Chu Luiyue reached out and touched his face. Is there something on my face? Rong Xiao sighed helplessly and chuckled. A person who had always been extremely intelligent would always be muddle-headed at times like this. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Chu Luiyue. As the tall figure approached, an inexplicable sense of oppression instantly arose. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand. Chu Luiyue was about to step back when they met each other's gaze. Under his calm and deep eyes, there seemed to be an undercurrent surging. Faintly, there was also a trace of undetectable pity. Chu Luiyue's body seemed to have been fixed in place, not moving at all. Rong Xiao's warm fingertips fell under her eyes. Under the illumination of the lights, the faint dark circles under her eyes could be clearly seen. If he hadn't endured an entire night, he definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. He's just a classmate. Is it worth it for you to do this? His voice was light and deep, and his expression was somewhat unfathomable. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. She wasn't surprised that Rong Xiao knew that she was helping Liao Zhongshu. After all, she had intentionally leaked the news to lure the snake out of its hole. He once went through life and death with us. Naturally, I can't leave him in the lurch. Rong Xiao narrowed his eyes. There was nothing wrong with what she said, but he was still in a bad mood. If he didn't know that she had other motives, there won't be a next time. His tone was calm and unhurried, but there was no room for refusal. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. Your Highness, this is my business. You don't have the right to interfere, do you? Rong Xiao's thin lips curved slightly. Oh? What if I say that I have the right to interfere? Chu Luiyue snorted. Your Highness, it's true that you have a noble status, but why should I listen to you? Rong Xiao's hand slid down her cheek, cupped her face, and suddenly moved closer. Chu Luiyue looked at the enchanting face that was quickly approaching her, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She wanted to retreat, but the hands in her sleeves clenched and loosened. In the end, she didn't move. She didn't know when it started, but she seemed to have gradually gotten used to Rong Xiao's occasional intimate actions. It seemed, everything was natural. He looked at her with a deep gaze, as if there was an inexplicable suction that wanted to devour everything. Then, he tilted his head slightly and leaned close to her ear, chuckling in a low voice. Because, this prince is very familiar with the person you like. His lips gently rubbed against her delicate earlobe, and it was like a spark that started a prairie fire. However, what he said was more like a sudden clap of thunder that suddenly exploded in Chu Luiyue's heart. He really heard it. Moreover, he could hear it clearly. If Chu Luiyue could pretend that she didn't know that he heard it before, then now, she couldn't pretend anymore. Her heart was beating like a drum, and it seemed like flames were spreading from her ears, making her entire body hot. She quickly reached out and pushed him away. Your Highness, you heard wrong. I didn't say that person was you. Did this prince say that person was me? Rong Xiao's indifferent question made Chu Luiyue's argument come to an abrupt end. Her hands were pressed against his broad and firm chest, and she didn't know whether to advance or retreat. This was the situation where 300 taels of silver were exposed. Rong Xiao lowered his eyes, admiring the young girl's embarrassed expression with satisfaction for a while. He only felt comfortable all over. His arms suddenly wrapped around her waist, and then he lifted her up horizontally. Your Highness. Shoo. You didn't sleep well last night, so this prince will accompany you today. Rong Xiao carried her to the bed, gently put her down, and then he leaned against the side. Chu Luiyue was a little surprised, and she blinked. Oh. Your Highness doesn't want to sleep? Rong Xiao leaned over and lowered his voice. This prince can't sleep with you so close. Just sleep, don't worry about anything else. Chu Luiyue swallowed the rest of her words, hesitated for a moment, and closed her eyes. She was probably too tired from the past 2 days, so it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. Rong Xiao held her wrist with one hand, and a faint silver light silently flowed into Chu Liuyue's palm. Chu Liuyue's breathing gradually became long. She didn't know if she was having a nightmare, but her brows suddenly furrowed tightly, and her expression was pained. Rong Xiao looked at her, reached out, and slowly smoothed her brows, and moved closer to her ear. Don't be afraid, I'm here." His voice was very soft, as if it would dissipate in the wind at any time. However, the pained expression on Chu Liuyue's face gradually faded, and she became tranquil again. She unconsciously leaned towards the warm place until her whole body leaned against Rong Xiao's chest, and finally settled down. Rong Xiao closed his eyes, suppressing the inexplicable restlessness in his body. She really, always knows how to torture him. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from AI Network. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.